In 1977, CII opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transform to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. It worked in partnership with the government. It helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new visions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors. Working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India, it enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world. Building a strong engagement with the community, CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success. Welcome to India's only virtual exhibition on construction equipment, organized by CII. We thank the Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari for launching this virtual platform. More than 130 participants under 30 different product categories, showcasing 1,000 plus products on display. This exhibition will attract more than 7,500 buyers from all over the world. CII has used virtual platforms to effectively organize 3,578 webinars, wherein 2.96 lakh delegates have participated since the beginning of the lockdown. A number of digital exhibitions have been organized with over 700 exhibitors and 35,000 visitors participating. Through CII's platform as a convenient, affordable, and effective business continuity tool. 5 engineering companies came together in 1895 to form the Engineering and Iron Trades Association. Driving the nascent industry, its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for Five engineering companies came together in 1895 to form the Engineering and Iron Trades Association. Driving the nascent industry, its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair, showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transform to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. Worked in partnership with the government, it helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors. Working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India, it enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world. Building a strong engagement with the community, CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success. Welcome to India's only virtual exhibition on construction equipment, organized by CII. We thank the Honorable Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari for launching this virtual platform. More than 130 participants under 30 different product categories, showcasing 1,000 plus products are on display. This exhibition will attract more than 7,500 buyers from all over the world. CII has used virtual platforms to effectively organize 3,578 webinars, wherein 2.96 lakh delegates have participated since the beginning of the lockdown. A number of digital exhibitions have been organized with over 700 exhibitors and 35,000 visitors participating. Through CII's platform as a convenient, affordable, and effective business continuity tool. 5 engineering companies came together in 1895 to form the Engineering and Iron Trades Association. Driving the nascent industry, its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair, showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transform to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. Worked in partnership with the government, it helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors. Working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India, it enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world. Building a strong engagement with the community, CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success. Welcome to India's only virtual exhibition on construction equipment, organized by CII. We thank the Honorable Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari for launching this virtual platform. More than 130 participants under 30 different product categories, showcasing 1,000 plus products, are on display. This exhibition will attract more than 7,500 buyers from all over the world. CII has used virtual platforms to effectively organize 3,578 webinars, wherein 2.96 lakh delegates have participated since the beginning of the lockdown. A number of digital exhibitions have been organized with over 700 exhibitors and 35,000 visitors participating. Through CII's platform as a convenient, affordable, and effective business continuity tool. Five engineering companies came together in 1895 to form the Engineering and Iron Trades Association, driving the nascent industry Its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair, showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transform to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. It worked in partnership with the government. It helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors. Working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India, it enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world. Building a strong engagement with the community, CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, As India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success. Welcome to India's only virtual exhibition on construction equipment, organized by CII. We thank the Honorable Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari for launching this virtual platform. More than 130 participants under 30 different product categories, showcasing 1,000 plus products, are on display. This exhibition will attract more than 7,500 buyers from all over the world.
वो हो गया वो एक्चुअली उन्होंने मेरे को आ गया था तो उसको मैंने अपडेट करके उनको भेज दिया वो बोलेंगे हाँ 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 मैं तो कर रहा हूँ सर अभी करो अपने को ठीक है जब विपिन सौंधी बोलेंगे तब चलेगा तो अभी फिल्म और वो प्रेजेंटेशन लगा दो बस हेलो
Stones, as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair, showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transfer to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. It worked in partnership with the government. It helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars: CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors. Working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India, it enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world. Building a strong engagement with the community, CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success.
क्या बोल रहा है तुम लॉगिन करके चेक कर लो
Five engineering companies came together in 1895 to form the Engineering and Iron Trades Association. Driving the nascent industry, its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair, showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transfer to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry, worked in partnership with the government, It helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors, working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India. It enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of mind centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world, building a strong engagement with the community. CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success. Five engineering companies came together in 1895 to form the Engineering and Iron Trades Association. Driving the nascent industry, its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EIT was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair. showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transform to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. It worked in partnership with the government. It helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors. Working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India, it enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world. Building a strong engagement with the community, CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success.
ठीक है बनाओ सर यही एक्सरसाइज हम
And Iron Trades Association. Driving the nascent industry, its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering companies formed the Engineering Association of India. The association further helped Indian industry emerge stronger after independence. In 1974, in a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair, showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transfer to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. Worked in partnership with the government, it helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across four pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors. Working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India, it enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 130 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world. Building a strong engagement with the community, CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success. 5 engineering companies came together in 1895 to form the Engineering and Iron Trades Association. Driving the nascent industry, its members built iconic landmarks such as Howrah Bridge. The association crossed multiple milestones as it went on to build India as the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1912, the first steel ingots in India were rolled out by a member of this association, and EITA was renamed IEA. In 1942, smaller Indian engineering, the Engineering Association of India. The association further in 1974. In a landmark move, the two engineering associations merged seamlessly to become the Association of Indian Engineering Industry to set a new paradigm for growth through partnership. In 1975, when India looked for external engagement, the restructured association organized the first ever engineering trade fair, showcasing industry to the world. In 1977, AIEI opened its first overseas office in Saudi Arabia, connecting India to the world. When the first overseas company entered the auto sector in 1982, AIEI worked closely with it to build the ecosystem for a new industry. In 1983, the association initiated its first office building in New Delhi. 1986 saw the AIEI transform to the Confederation of Engineering Industry for addressing the entire manufacturing sector. In 1992, CEI emerged as the Confederation of Indian Industry for all industry. Worked in partnership with the government, it helps Indian industry meet the demands of globalization and competitiveness. As CII celebrated its centenary year in 1995, it grew stronger with new missions for excellence and for forging deeper bonds with society. Since then, CII has pioneered many new movements such as quality, green building, skill development, and corporate social responsibility. CII has inspired Indian industry to achieve excellence and reach for ever higher attainments. Its engagement in fostering a conducive climate for doing business across multiple sectors has helped Indian industry emerge as a global leader in key dimensions. Today, CII works across 4 pillars. CII consolidates and presents analytical perspectives to foster growth across all sectors, working closely with the union and state governments through its offices across India. It enables the industry to contribute to development. In competitiveness, CII enhances capabilities and competitiveness of enterprises through training, consulting, advice, and awards. It conducts research for industry and the government. CII, through its network of 9 centers of excellence, engages across efficiency, sustainability, and leadership. CII's Center of Excellence for Digital Transformation is helping small enterprises build their technology and digital capabilities for the next level of business. Under international and business development, CII works with counterpart organizations in over 20 countries to take Indian industry to new horizons. Its numerous business missions open up to opportunities for smaller enterprises, and it engages with leaders and governments across the world, building a strong engagement with the community. CII works intensively in skill development, job fairs and career development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, women empowerment, water conservation, air pollution, and many more. Since 1895, Indian industry has evolved with innovation, partnership, and pioneering initiatives from daring entrepreneurs. For 125 years, as India's development institution, CII has partnered Indian industry on its extraordinary journey of success.
हेलो। ये टीवी ऑन कर, टीवी ऑन।
Hi, Sunny.
अभी उधर से।
Hi, Sunny. Can you hear me?
ऑन कर, छोड़ दे, छोड़ दे। हेलो।
Just. Hi, Sunny. Hello. Sunny, can you hear me? नहीं, उससे आवाज नहीं आ रहा है आपका। मेरा आवाज आ रहा है वहाँ पे?
हेलो सर, नितिन जी के यहाँ से बोल रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, ओके, ठीक है। योर ऑडियो वीडियो बोथ आर फाइन। थैंक यू।
ओके ओके।
Vipin, good morning to you. Vipin, I can't hear you.
VG?
Yeah, Vipin, I'm trying to speak to the phone. If you can just pick up your call.
No, it won't connect. Na mobile doesn't connect. I can do a WebEx. No, I'll call you from my landline, but I am not able
Yes.
to. I'm not able to open my camera.
Oh, your camera.
For some reason, no. For some reason, it's saying webcam not connecting. But I've never had this problem till today and all these days. Yeah.
Oh, no.
So let's see. It's something to do with Cisco. I think it says unable to connect to Cisco webcam.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, okay.
Sir, can
you want to log out and log in again?
I'll try that. Okay, I'll try that.
Point number two, there's a film that Minister's office is sending. So after
Right.
your welcome, we'll have to play that. You can mention there's a film.
After my welcome.
Yes.
Okay, stay on the line. Let me log out and then log in.
Yes.
VG, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your camera is still not working yet.
Now is it working?
No, I can't see you.
Oh, it says we can't connect to your webcam. Very surprising now what's happened to the webcam.
So join from your mobile phone or iPad.
I can join from the iPad. I certainly can. It's a good idea. Let me try that straight away. VG?
Yes, yeah, you are okay. You are visible now.
So now your wish has been granted. I don't have my backdrop.
Mr. Narendran has also joined. President Designate, good morning to you.
Hi, TV.
Hi,
Naren, how are you? Vipin Sodhi
good.
here.
Hi, Vipin. How are you?
Very well, very well. Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Hi, Steve. I can see some people also there.
just make some adjustments. Hey, Sandeep, how are you?
So I heard some comment on the backdrop. You want the backdrop or don't want the backdrop? I have the backdrop because I was in some of the CII session also.
I think you should have the backdrop, Naren.
Okay.
I think it's important.
Yeah. So then I leave it.
Great. Very good. The only two industries that are doing well is Naren's, yours, and Sandeep Singh's. मुझे automobile में डाल दिया यार.
You had the choice.
Of course.
No. As far as I'm concerned, you still you moved from one customer to another. So so it's an interest for you guys to also pick up part. Yeah.
Of course. Look forward. I'll just be back in 2 minutes.
Sure.
President, the minister's office wants one film to be played after Vipin welcomes. We'll pay that film. They've sent the film to us on Vipin.
Sure. So after that, I speak, is it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Sunday will interview. He'll moderate the session.
Okay. I'll wait for Vipin.
VG, you let us know when to start.
Yeah, the minister's office is already there. You can see his name is there. Once the minister comes, we'll start then.
Okay.
The minister is finishing another meeting, then he'll join after that.
Okay, VG. Okay, that's fine. Namaskar, Mantri ji. I don't know whether you can hear me. नमस्कार मंत्री जी, विपिन सोंदी बोल रहा हूँ। आपको आवाज आ रही है सर?
हाँ, आ रही।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप हमारे साथ उपस्थित हुए हैं। मेरे साथ टीवी नरेंद्रन हैं जो प्रेसिडेंट डेजिग्नेट हैं CII के और MD एंड CEO टाटा स्टील।
नमस्कार।
संदीप सिंह हैं जो आईसीमा प्रेसिडेंट हैं और टाटा हिताची के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर। मेरा नाम विपिन सोंधी है सर, CII ट्रेड फेयर काउंसिल चेयरमैन और अशोक लेलैंड से। Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this launch session of the virtual exhibition on construction equipment, components and aggregates. Mantri ji, a very, very special welcome to you, sir, to launch this virtual expo and speak to us. Aap in the middle of unleashing the most successful ambitious infrastructure projects in the country and championing the upliftment and betterment of MSMEs. MSMEs की चर्चा सर जब से आप आए हैं बहुत भारी है, बहुत जरूरी है, because they are the backbone. So thank you for being with us and providing encouragement. So CII जैसे आप जानते हैं 125 साल से इंडियन इंडस्ट्री के साथ और हिंदुस्तान के साथ डेवलपमेंट जर्नी में है, गवर्नमेंट के साथ, सिविल सोसाइटी के साथ और इंडस्ट्री के साथ। इस साल का थीम है बिल्डिंग इंडिया फॉर अ न्यू वर्ल्ड, लाइव्स, लाइवलीहुड एंड ग्रोथ। And CII is working with government, industry to bring back growth to the economy and ensure that we mitigate the huge human cost of the pandemic by protecting jobs and livelihoods. और प्रधानमंत्री का जो क्लैरियन कॉल है आत्मनिर्भर भारत, उसी विजन के साथ Indian industry will compete with the best, we will make in India, and we will make for the world. And this is the opportunity we have. And again, thank you very much for being with us, sir. COVID-19 has impacted the economy. We all know it. It's impacted livelihoods. Manufacturing and services sector have contracted significantly during this period. But we are very confident, sir, that together with the government, there will be resilience of the Indian industry with reformist government policies, and that will help us come out as industry, as India, far stronger than we were before. Is challenging period में sir, businesses have been disrupted and we've not been able to meet our customers directly. और उसके साथ जो exhibitions, physical exhibitions होती थी sir, and you came to many of ours in construction equipment in Bangalore, this has been significantly impacted, and the avenues for industry to showcase products and services to customers, we've had to find a different way. And that different way has been using the digital space. और ये जो digital space है, हमने शुरुआत अप्रैल से ही कर ली थी, sir. And this was to provide this platform. But now the reach has gone global. It is now, we found the digital space is taking us global. We've launched a series of cost-effective, sector-specific digital exhibitions on the virtual platform, connecting buyers, sellers, and all stakeholders. And we have enabled a virtual product launch platform also. And I'm very happy on behalf of CII to mention that we have had meetings, webinars, conferences, exhibitions, a total of 3,600 webinars, and almost 13 lakh delegates have participated. We've organized exhibitions with over 700 exhibitors, and almost 35,000 visitors have participated. Mantri ji, I'd like to also inform you that this virtual exhibition on construction equipment, where a number of my former colleagues are here, it's attracted participation of over 125 companies. And we are hoping that over 7,500 visitors will log on to this platform to understand latest technology which is available. And I'm sure this will benefit us a lot. I also want to thank ICIMA for always being supportive to all our endeavors in construction equipment space, led by my friend and colleague Sandeep Singh, and being the sector partner for this virtual exhibition, and to BIA for supporting us. I'd like to wish the exhibition all success, and thank you, sir, for reposing faith on CII, and we look forward to your continued support in our future endeavors. Thank you very much. I believe there's a film, sir.
Mr. Narendra will speak first, Vipin, then the film after.
Can I request Mr. TV Narendran, President Designate CII, to address us, please?
Thank you, Vipin. Thank you, sir. Once again, on behalf of CII, thank you for joining us. You've always been a supporter of industry, and we really appreciate the time that you give us whenever we request you for that. Last 2-3 years has been challenging, as Vipin said. Uh, it started with the global issues, trade issues, geopolitical issues, उसी के कारण economic activity globally had slowed down, and which had its impact in India as well. And as we were coming out of that lull in economic activity, the pandemic hit the world and, of course, hit India. So industry has certainly felt the pressure of that, but we've been very thankful to the government for the support and the actions that the government has taken to help industry. And CII has tried its best to be the voice of industry and to convey the issues that we wanted the government to address. And we really appreciate the efforts that have been taken. So your ministry is in the middle of all this. I think the focus that there is on roads, on infrastructure, on MSMEs, etc. I think any action that we take to get the economy back to the path that we desire, which is to move towards a 5 trillion economy, your ministry is at the middle of all this. And we really appreciate the work that is being done. I understand 46% more activity in the road sector will happen this year compared to the previous year. And I think that is very, very important going forward. The government has been focusing on the cost of doing business and the ease of doing business. And one of the big components of the cost of doing business is the infrastructure costs that industry has to incur if the infrastructure is not there. So here again, what we appreciate is, despite all the challenges that the government has had in the last couple of years, a continued focus on long-term competitiveness, long-term ease of doing business, and the policy reforms that continue despite all the challenges is something that we appreciate. The MSME sector again is a very, very important part of any economy, just like infrastructure is also a very important part of any economic activity. And globally, whether it's a developed country or a developing country, we find MSME sector is maybe 40 to 50% of the economic activity and plays a very, very important role. And it is also a fact that in the pandemic, whether it is in China or in Europe or in India, the MSME sector gets impacted very significantly. And here again, we appreciate some of the steps taken. CI has been advocating a lot of actions, and I think a lot of support has come, whether in terms of improving the liquidity or addressing the demand side issues. And I think this exhibition today is about the construction sector. In many ways, a lot of MSMEs are connected to the infrastructure spend of the government through the construction industry. And construction, again, is the backbone of any economic activity, particularly in developing countries. I come from the steel industry. 60% of the steel consumption goes to the construction sector, whether it is residential or commercial or infrastructure or industrial. So I think this becomes a very important sector. And in India, with the kind of focus on infrastructure, I think there is a great opportunity for construction companies in India. And this exhibition is trying to showcase the different technologies that can be used. And I think as we build an Atmanirbhar Bharat, it is important for us to have these technologies used in India, developed in India. And I must also compliment a lot of the member companies who are here today, because a lot of them do capital equipment manufacture in India, and the construction equipment is made in India. That is something that really needs to be encouraged. The second thing is the use of digital, I think is all pervasive. All of us knew the importance of digital. I think we know the importance even more in the last 3 months or 4 months. And this exhibition is also demonstrating that digital now becomes a way of life, and it also helps us improve our effectiveness. And as Vipin said, an exhibition like this, people can participate from anywhere in the world and don't have to physically be present to be part of the exhibition. So it is a great opportunity for the industry to look at how can we embed digital technologies to drive efficiency. I'm also happy to see the aggregates as a component of this exhibition, because again, as we work towards a circular economy, use of different green aggregates, green friendly material is again very important. And sir, your support has been there again on behalf of the steel industry for use of something like steel making slag as an aggregate is something that you have supported, and we appreciate that. So with these words, I welcome you once again for your time, for your presence, and look forward to your thoughts and guidance. Thank you, sir. Back to you.
Thank you, Naren. Thank you for highlighting that. There is a film now that I believe we'll be showing. VG, can we have the film, please?
Yes, please.
Welcome to India's only virtual exhibition on construction equipment, organized by CII. We thank the Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari for launching this virtual platform. More than 130 participants under 30 different product categories, showcasing 1,000 plus products, are on display. This exhibition will attract more than 7,500 buyers from all over the world. CII has used virtual platforms to effectively organize 3,578 webinars, wherein 2.96 lakh delegates have participated since the beginning of the lockdown. A number of digital exhibitions have been organized with over 700 exhibitors and 35,000 visitors participating. Use CII's platform as a convenient, affordable, and effective business continuity tool.
Okay, shall we continue? मंत्री जी आपको मैं स्वागत करता हूं फिर से. If you will deliver the inaugural address as the chief guest of this exhibition.
Mr. TV Narendran ji, Sandeep Singh ji, and all respectable dear friends. This is the time where we are facing a lot of challenges and problems. Because of COVID-19 pandemic, the whole industry is facing the problem. Not only industry, but the country is facing the problem, whole world is facing the problem. But this is the time for all stakeholders important. Duty and self-confidence. This war and economic morals. Presently, point of target is to make automobile industry manufacturing hub of in the world within 5 years. And for that reason, now we are trying to develop a lot of things. We are equipment 100% we will get international market. Now regarding the automobile industry, the industry create a lot of employment potential in the country. I am considering the construction equipment manufacturing industry is also equally important, because yesterday we have a long discussion with the Prime Minister, and now making connectivity of our ports, airports, industrial clusters, and big industries, where we are trying to reduce the logistic cost. And we are going to develop the waterways, sea transport, road infrastructure, railway infrastructure, and aviation. Already in the process, we are making a lot of airports The number is at least 2 times more. Present whatever the number we have, we are planning to construct more airports. We are also on the railway, also have a big program of expansion. In the road network, already we are doing a lot of works. The dream of Prime Minister is to make India a 5 trillion economy and 100 lakh crore of infrastructure. And in this period, 100% the infrastructure of 100 lakh crore is very important. And in next 5 years, this is the important target for the Indian government. And for that target, 100% the role of construction equipment manufacturers and your industry's role is very important. Today, a lot of things where we are expecting innovation, new research from the government institution. But my suggestion to all of you that it is the time for industry to prepare infrastructure of industry in the way by which we can be competent for export. And at the same time, we can make the quality of international standards. And for that reason, I will request you that industry should give priority for making more research. One of the important thing is digitalization, and already all industry is moving towards that, but by which we can improve the quality, and that is very important. We need to reduce the cost of production also. How we can make it make in India and made in India by which we can reduce the cost, that is very important. I don't know how much amount of spare parts which are essential for your industry, particularly the components, how much you are importing from other countries. You should find out the solution that whatever the components it is required for you, for your industry, you need after this period is possible for components. Yeah. To start industry to make is ready to give support for that. Now for technology center training government. On that line, we are now thinking to support be possible for them to upgradation of the technology in the industry. At the same time, they can train self-reliant, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and where we need to reduce the cost and by which we will be more competitive in international market. Regarding logistic cost also, it is one of the important thing. Yesterday, when we are thinking making of big roads, waterways, that we need to think about the fuel, because now we are making express highway 22 green express highway. We are making Delhi Mumbai express highway, where presently one truck it will going up to for 4 days, 3 days. The time is already taken for taking from Delhi to Mumbai. But now we will make it that time into 28 hours, because the highway speed will be more than 80 kilometer, 75 to 80 kilometer per hour. So naturally, I am confident that by this we can reduce the cost. But at the same time, fuel is the very important thing. Now I just have got a good example that conversion of diesel truck into LNG that costs 12 lakh rupees, 10 to 12 lakh rupees. But the customer, the owner of the truck will get the benefit, and within the span of 1.5 year or a 2 year, he can get his money back. As compared with diesel and LNG, the cost is very effective. Pollution is less. And government priority is to making LNG, giving more priority for that. Now we have decided to make LNG pumps on the highways by which LNG will be available. Now using of diesel in construction equipment, it is going to increase the cost. We need to find out some way out. Already I have discussed this subject with you, that whether we can use some another alternative fuel for that. That is very important. By which, so when we need to have more competent in international market, without compromise with the quality, we need to develop good quality of equipment at the same that how we can save the cost. Important. So by digital 100% it is going to increase the efficiency, but at the same time we should be, it is very important for the country to think serious about the fuel. And I feel that either it is LNG or CNG or any alternative which you want to find out, this is the time. Methanol rate is 20 rupees, 65 rupees per liter. In the construction equipment, majority of the contractors are using the present equipment that is going to create more pollution. Alternate of diesel, either whether we can be in position to use 50% CNG or LNG. And in particular, the bridge construction, flyover construction, then even concrete road construction, whether it is possible for you to make it mechanized system by which we can manufacture road construction in the factory. We can make the concrete blocks and just take it on the road, and we can just make the alignment of it and we can make the road. So whatever the good practices, successful practices available in the world, what are the technology which are available in the world, where you can make joint venture with them, and by which you can also give good quality of machinery by which we can mechanize the manufacturing process, and where we can reduce the cost and improve the quality of the road construction. Now for precast technology, we have accepting the technology from Malaysia. In place of steel, we are using steel fiber in precast, and by which between the span of two pillar on the bridge, where 100 meter, there will be no need to create more pillar for that. That exactly on the way we can reduce the cost of the flyover and bridges by 25 to 30%. So exactly without compromise with the quality, our emphasis is to how we can reduce the cost, and that is very important. My suggestion for all of you is to make research of new equipments in your industry. You can make joint venture for technology. Either you can accept the technology from India, or if you need it, you can make upgradation of the technology with any consultant, any industry from abroad. We have to reduce the cost, production cost of the equipment, and also the fuel point of view also we need to think. I don't know whether it is the experiments are going on or not, but yesterday, 2 days before, I signed the file on hydrogen fuel cell fuel, that standards have already finalized. Even we are thinking about making using of electricity. So in that construction equipment, if it is possible for you to use electricity as a fuel, then with nothing it can going to reduce too much cost. So on this line, we need more experiment, more research, more innovations, more upgradation of the technology. And for that reason, I will request you that you should have a research and technology center in your industry by which you can make more experiments, and you can accept the appropriate vision for that, by which you can be competitive on international level. As far as the government is concerned, we are already supporting Make in India and Made in India. So regarding import of components also, for the future, it will be a problematic thing for you. So my suggestion for all of you to develop your own vendors without compromise with the quality. Preliminary level, they may not be compete with the cost, whether what the cost you are getting. But after getting huge number of production, they will be in position to give you that much cost. Again, the last thing that is exactly the dream of all the people we have. So my suggestion is on that line, how it can be possible, what type of policy you need for that, by which you can get more export order. That is very important. How it can be reduced the cost, that is the main research and main upgradation of technology spirit. That is very important, by which you can find out the alternative and solutions for that. But as a government, we are ready to support you. Regarding this MSME, we have taken a lot of decisions. Now the definition of MSME will change. Previously, there was a classification in manufacturing enterprises and service enterprises. Now there is only one head, that is manufacturing and services. For the micro, the investment means the composite criteria for investment, that was with investment in plant and machinery or equipment. That was for micro, that was 25 lakhs and turnover was 10 lakh. Now in new definition, we have already make it micro, investment is 1 crore and turnover is 5 crore. For small, the investment was 5 crore and turnover was 2 crore. Now the small investment was 10 crore and the turnover is coming to 50 crores. And from the medium industry, the investment which was 10 crore, comes to now 50 crore, and turnover which was 5 crore, it is come to 250 crore. And all export is excluded. So today maximum people can take the advantage of MSME, where a lot of benefits they will get it because they will register as a MSME. And 100% my request to all of you or a major industry, that how you can develop your vendors, MSME industry, and giving them support. Some of the problem is there that some of the major industry is not giving their payments to MSME on time. I know that the industry is also facing the problem, but this is a very crucial issue. I will request you that within the definite time limit, if you can issue the payment of MSME, that will be very, very important for the sector. Now we are thinking to make some law for that, but I feel that with your cooperation, we can resolve this issue, because this payment issue is not only related with the major industries, it is related with the public undertaking and government departments, state and central. So we are also working on that line. Regarding MSME, we are thinking now giving MSME status to dealers also, and they will get the benefit of it. That is also under consideration, and by which they will get the benefits. And somewhere we are requesting to Finance Ministry, the industries, those who want to make their technology center, training center, research center, from income tax point of view, whether we are in position to give some more support to them, by which we can inspire and motivate them for making more research, more new innovations, and that is very important. I feel that using of different technology, digitalization in the mechanized system, at the same time, fuel point of view, we need more research. These all things are going to reduce, they will be helpful for us to increase our export. And these are going to reduce our production cost. That is very important. So on the line, India is the fastest growing economy. The infrastructure is the highest priority for the government. And the way in which we are developing airports, railway, waterways, and road sector, I will promise you within 2 years, you just see that what are the significant effect of our road sectors. We are now making 22 green express highway, and by making constantly giving order for that, 100% the equipment manufacturer get, definitely they are getting the benefit of all our road construction. 100% you will be benefited from that. But for that reason, we need to reduce the cost. Now we are also going for foreign investment. 100% FDI is allowed in already in the construction, in the infrastructure. Two things I will request you. Whether it will possible for you to get foreign investment, that can be important thing for the country. Today, liquidity is the problem. So we're getting foreign investment by making joint venture or any other way, it can be a good thing. The second thing which I will request you, like NBFC, every manufacturer company should have their NBFC by which they can make lease finance to the equipment finance, leasing finance or equipment on lease, and they can finance that accommodation, that availability will be definitely going to support for your business. And for that NBFC, if you will get foreign investment, then you can reduce the capital cost. That is exactly the thing by which you can increase your business. I am confident that a lot of people are doing a lot of things in this direction. For the future, there is a lot of potential for the expansion, lot of potential for export. But for that reason, we need to make the good quality, upgradation of technology, using of different fuels, and at the same time to develop the ancillary industries, the vendors in MSME in India, by which even we can reduce the cost long term. On that line, I feel that this industry has got definitely a good future. Highest priority for infrastructure from the government is the most important strength for the industry. The 100%, the benefit of this all infrastructure project is 100% is going to one of the stakeholder as a manufacturing equipment industry, construction equipment industry, 100% you will get the advantage of it. And for that reason, government is very proactive, government is very supportive. We want to support you, and 100% in this field, as far as my assessment is concerned, the future is very bright. So today it is the time for the stakeholders to take the advantage of the situation and to upgrade the technology, improve the quality of products, and take the foreign investment with low capital cost. And at the same time, for marketing point of view, to create your own NBFCs by which with low interest cost, you can finance your equipment. This can be, this total network will be very much useful for you. I'm not exactly doing the business, but you are the best persons who are already doing the business. I feel that your vision, appropriate vision, and your commitment for the quality and 100% by reducing logistic cost, reducing production cost, will be more competitive in international market. And I am confident that as a minister, in due course of time, within 5 years, just like automobile industry, this equipment manufacturing industries for construction or infrastructure is also going to become number one manufacturing hub in India. And therefore, that the reason for that vision, it is the time for industry to upgrade the technology and to accept the appropriate vision by which 100% we will achieve that goal. Because of this COVID-19, we are facing the problem. But as previously I was in Bangalore with your exhibition and your convention, but because of this situation, this pandemic situation, we are not in position to meet. But I am giving my all best wishes to all of you, full support from my department, and 100% I am confident that future of this industry is very, very good. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Namaskar, Mantri ji. As always, you cover a very wide canvas, sir, but alternative fuels definitely, and our MSMEs के हमारा कर्तव्य भी है, and I think big industry will always support MSMEs because they are the backbone. But alternative fuels and other points, I'm sure Sandeep will pick up in his closing remarks. Sir, आप एक आपके Moth wanted to show a film. अगर हम फिल्म देख सके, नहीं तो फिर थोड़े 5-6 क्वेश्चन आंसर्स हैं हमारे कुलीग से, अगर आप
आप फिल्म दिखा दीजिए, अगर ठीक है तो दिखाइए फिर।
So Sunny would.
आपको जैसा चलाना है वैसा चलाइए, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ठीक है। नहीं, फिल्म मेरा ख्याल है आपके शायद सिद्धार्थ वांगलिक जी दिखाना चाहते थे।
No, Sunny will be playing from the Mrs. office. Mr. Sunny.
ओके, सनी जी।
There are followers, there are leaders, and then there are visionaries. Taking people and society to where they want to be, rather than where they want to be, is what separates a visionary from a leader. This rare quality is what sets apart Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways and Minister of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises from many of his skills. With his indefatigable positive energy and a deep desire to use politics as a catalyst to serve society, Nitin Gadkari continues to impress all with his sterling performance over the years. Born in 1957 into a free-thinking agricultural family, Nitin Gadkari at heart has always been a social worker inspired by the RSS founder K.V. Gadkari's ideals of humanity and regional. Nitin Gadkari has been shouldered with immense responsibility by the party from an early age. He was only in his 30s when he took over as Deputy Minister in the BJP government of Maharashtra during 1995 and 1999. His tremendous performance has been thoroughly appreciated by the BJP, who went on to make him their youngest ever party president at the age of 52. Since then, he has gone on to become one of the best performing ministers of the BJP government. Taking off as a Minister of the Public Works Department in 1995, Nitin Gadkari made groundbreaking changes in the speed the city of Mumbai traveled. 55 flyovers got in the city have made commuting to Mumbai much easier than ever before. The foundation of the magnificent groundbreaking sea was also ready during this time. The jewel of the crown of Maharashtra, India's first expressway, the world-class Pune-Mumbai Expressway, was also a futuristic project imagined and brought to fruition by Nitin Gadkari, connecting over 13,000 unconnected villages with an all-weather $100 billion profit is another feat accomplished by this far-sighted visionary. Nagpur, his hometown, has seen world-class institutions like IIT, IIM, and AIIMS emerge and thrive under his watchful gaze. This is in addition to the over 1,000 people in Villages that go a long way in molding the future tribal generations. Providing financial support for performing over 10,000 successful art surgeries is another stupendous achievement in his illustrious career as a warm-hearted do-gooder. Cemented roads and metro rail have added a new vitality to the way people travel in the city. Festivals like Kastara Sanskriti Mahotsav, with a reach of more than 10 lakh people, over 17 different festivities to promote the local as well as national artists at a huge platform have been organized. Freedom Mahotsav, a sports festival with participation of about 10,000 sportspersons, where Nitin Gadkari shared his dream of the Nagpur youth representing at the Olympics. Power-friendly projects like Agrovision, along with his idea of using sewage water for power generation, use of ethanol as fuel. As India's current Minister of Road Transport, Highways, Shipping and MSMEs, he has re-energized the whole sector with his clear vision. The reviving stalled projects of over $1 trillion or doubling the speed of highway construction, his lofty targets have always been achieved well before the projected timelines. With 40,000 kilometers of national highways constructed in the last 5 years, 60,000 kilometers of new roads under his supervision are being constructed. The speed of road construction from mere 3 kilometers per day before 2014 has grown to 29 kilometers per day in 2019. Bharatmala and Sagarmala, Two world-class access control expressway projects led by Nitin Gadkari are presently in various stages of construction. Exploring alternate modes of transportation like waterways mirrors the speedy and revolutionary transformation of the Indian landscape initiated by the bridge-building messiah, as he is fondly referred to. Nitin Gadkari is the leading hand in shaping the dream of a new India as envisaged by Narendra Modi. His unparalleled ability to complete gigantic projects before time makes him an invaluable national leader. The larger-than-life Namami Ganga project of priority national mission, Clean Ganga, is also progressing at top speed under his T9 supervision. With Nitin Gadkari taking charge, India's most reliant logistics sector has also metamorphosed from a point-to-point model to a hub-and-spoke model. This multimodal transport system integrates railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, conjuring a highly effective transportation grid, substantially reducing logistic costs and pollution. 35 multimodal logistics hubs, 50 economic corridors, 10 intermodal stations are being ready. Logistics summits with international participants, including government organizations and the World Bank, leading to MOUs worth 2 lakh crore, have been held to add muscle to the initiative. Gifted with an ability to dream the seemingly impossible dreams and getting them to fruition also defines this clairvoyant visionary. Nitin Gadkari shines on as one of modern India's pioneering leaders and his work a template for the coming generations. If there ever was a name to the infrastructure man of India, it would be none other than Nitin Jairam Gadkari.
The infrastructure man of India, sir, visionary and execution दोनों कम ही मिलते हैं सर. विजन भी और execution भी, वो एक ही व्यक्ति में. तो I think India is lucky, we are lucky that we have you as the infrastructure leader. Multimodal logistics is, I think, now the truly next biggest visionary project. Sir, छह सवाल थे हमारे साथियों से, पर एक कमेंट है, अगर डीलर्स एमएसएमईज में आ जाएं तो उनका भी बहुत पुराना मांगा हुआ रिक्वेस्ट सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा. दैट विल बी वेरी वेरी गुड सर. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन दिमित्रोव रोड इंफ्रा पे सवाल करना चाहते हैं सर. दिमित्रोव.
सर.
हाँ पूछिए.
Yeah, coming off and on, but go ahead, please.
सर, मैं कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से आपका धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा लीडरशिप के लिए और लीडिंग द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट. तो आपने अभी रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन के लिए नया गोल सेट किया टू गो टू 60 किलोमीटर्स पर डे फ्रॉम 30 किलोमीटर्स. ऐसे मिशन में हमारे देश में कितने स्टेक होल्डर्स इन्वॉल्व होते हैं इसको एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए और इसको सबको अलाइन करके गोल अचीव करने के लिए? मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि आपकी नजर में इस गोल को अचीव करने 60 किलोमीटर तक लाने के लिए सबसे बड़े चैलेंजेस क्या हैं और इसको हम लोग कैसे ओवरकम करेंगे?
सबसे पहले ऐसा है कि हमने बड़े प्रमाण पर डीपीआर बनाने का तय किया है. भारतमाला में विशेष रूप से अभी भारतमाला और सागरमाला दोनों को इंटीग्रेट करने की बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही है. तो पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी, एयरपोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी और उसके साथ साथ जो हमारे बड़े प्रमाण पर स्टील है, कोयला है, जहाँ से एक्सपोर्ट होते हैं, जहाँ से मार्केट में जाते हैं, तो जो इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स है, रॉ मटेरियल है, मिनरल्स है, इनका कहाँ पोटेंशियल है, वहाँ एग्रीकल्चर इवन प्रोड्यूस है. इसके लिए हम लोग कॉरिडोर बना रहे हैं. अभी जैसे इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री बना रही है, हम एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं और कुछ अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट, फूड एंड बाकी डिपार्टमेंट, टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री, उनके क्लस्टर्स बना रहे हैं. और फिर ये मल्टी मॉडल हब के रूप में वाटरवेज के साथ, एयरपोर्ट के साथ, रेलवे के साथ, रोड के साथ इसको कैसे इंटीग्रेट करें, इसका अध्ययन गवर्नमेंट लेवल पर शुरू है और अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट होकर प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये आदेश है कि इसको इंटीग्रेट करिए, तो ये बड़े प्रमाण पर पोटेंशियल बढ़ेगा। मैं मानता हूं कि इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में हमारी सबसे बड़ी कमी ये है कि हमें लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम करनी होगी। अभी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट जो है वो अमेरिका में 12% है, यूरोपियन कंट्री में 12% है, चाइना में 8 से 10% है और हमारे देश में वो 16 से 18% है। और ये करने में जैसे मैंने कहा कि हम लोग, हमारा एक ट्रक दिन में 250-300 किलोमीटर चलता है, यूएसए में एक ट्रक दिन में 700 किलोमीटर 800 किलोमीटर चलता है। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से अब रोड अच्छे बन जाएंगे तो वो ट्रक चलेगा, उससे कॉस्ट कम होगी। दूसरी बात जो टेक्नोलॉजी में है कि 10 टन का माल ले जाने वाले ट्रक के बजाय 30 टन 40 टन वाला टैंकर और ट्रक अगर हो, डबल एक्सेल वाले ट्रक हो, तो नेचुरली उससे भी इकोनॉमी उसके लिए उपयोगी होगी। अब रोड अच्छा हो गया, व्हीकल अच्छा हो गया, इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो होती है वो कॉस्ट, फ्यूल कॉस्ट में है। और लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट अगर हमको कम करनी है, 12% तक जानी है, तो डीजल ये हजारडस फ्यूल है, इससे पोल्यूशन भी होता है और इसकी कॉस्ट भी ज़्यादा है। अब आपके ऊपर यह है कि अगर ट्रक में अगर हम एलएनजी यूज़ करते हैं, तो अभी प्रेजेंटली डीजल ट्रक को एलएनजी में कन्वर्ट करने की 10 से 12 लाख रुपए खर्चा है, और इतना इकोनॉमिक्स अच्छा है कि हम 1.5 साल में ही ये पैसे वसूल कर सकते हैं। अब सरकार डायरेक्ट एलएनजी को बड़े प्रमाण पर ला रही है, उसकी कॉस्ट भी सस्ती है। और मैंने परसों कल मीटिंग में ये सुझाया कि हमारे हाईवे के बाजू में हम ऑप्टिक फाइबर केबल, ट्रांसमिशन पावर केबल और उसके साथ साथ गैस लाइन की भी पाइपलाइन डाल दें, ताकि हमारे हाईवे पे हमारे पेट्रोल पंप ऐसे ही खड़े रहेंगे जहां डायरेक्ट गैस मिल जाएगा। तो नेचुरली हम लोग ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉस्ट भी कम करेंगे और मुंबई टू दिल्ली हाईवे पर दोनों बाजू में एलएनजी के स्टेशन होंगे। और एलएनजी अगर मिलेगा तो एक एक इसमें 1000 से 1200 किलोमीटर बस या ट्रक एक बार भरने के बाद चली जाएगी और उसकी कॉस्ट एकदम कम है। यानी मैं आपको बताता हूँ, जैसे इलेक्ट्रिक बस पे आया कि मुंबई में बेस्ट की बस जो है वो 115 रुपये पर किलोमीटर उसकी कॉस्ट है। इथेनॉल की बस हमें 78 रुपीज़ पर किलोमीटर आई। मिथेनॉल की बस जो है वो 55 से 60 तक आएगी। और अब इलेक्ट्रिक बस जो है वो 45 से 50 रुपए पर किलोमीटर आई, जबकि उसकी कैपिटल कॉस्ट बस की 2 करोड़ रुपए है। पर जैसे वॉल्यूम बढ़ेगा तो ये 2 करोड़ की बस 1 करोड़ की होगी, तो और कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी। तो फ्यूल के कारण हम लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट जो है हम 12% तक लाना चाहते हैं, वो संभव फ्यूल के कंजम्पशन, कौन सी फ्यूल यूज करें उसके ऊपर होगा। अभी आप कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की बात करते हो जो आपके इक्विपमेंट यूज करते हैं, तभी आप इसके लिए सोचो कि वो जो डीजल यूज करता है उसकी पूरे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में टोटल डीजल की कॉस्ट कितनी जाती है, और ये पोल्यूशन भी करती है। तो क्या इसके बजाय आप उसको, ये आपके रिसर्च और टेक्नोलॉजी के अपग्रेडेशन पर डिपेंड है कि आप कौन सा फ्यूल, अभी एलएनजी, सीएनजी, बायोडीजल भी कुछ समय डीजल में ऐड किए करके कॉस्ट कम कर सकते हैं, या इलेक्ट्रिक पर भी कोई आप तो इतना संशोधन हो रहा है कि मैं मानता हूं कि कहीं इलेक्ट्रिक का कनेक्शन मिल जाए और इलेक्ट्रिक पर अगर हमारे इक्विपमेंट चलने लगते हैं तो नेचुरली उसका सेविंग बहुत बड़ा होगा। तो मेरा आपसे सुझाव है कि हम लोग पावर सरप्लस है, मिथेनॉल भी हमारे देश में कोयले से बन सकता है। अब इथेनॉल में हमने ऑलरेडी फूड ग्रेन से इथेनॉल बनाने की अनुमति दी है, तो हमारा मोलाइसिस से बनेगा, शुगर केन जूस से बनेगा, फिर सेकंड जनरेशन इथेनॉल बायोमास से बनेगा। ये परली जो है हरियाणा पंजाब में जलाते हैं, उससे बायो सीएनजी बनता है, उससे भी इथेनॉल बनेगा, ऑलरेडी उसके भी प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो रहे हैं। तो जहाँ सिटी ट्रांसपोर्ट और नज़दीक है वहाँ 200-250 किलोमीटर अगर बस घूमती है, कार जाती है, तो उसके लिए हम बायो सीएनजी, सीएनजी यूज करें। लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए एलएनजी यूज करें। तो एलएनजी में कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन जो है, अगर एलएनजी इक्विपमेंट को यूज करेगा तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कितना डीजल यूज करता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव करने में हमें आवश्यकता है। इसमें जो आपने बात बताई है कि रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन करने के पीछे हमारी धारणा यही है कि लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम करना, एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाना, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल को बढ़ाना, इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ को बढ़ाना। अब इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट चीज ये है कि हमारे पास अब जो 4 मॉडल्स है, एक है पीपीपी मॉडल है, दूसरा हाइब्रिड एन्युटी मॉडल है, दूसरा ईपीसी मॉडल है, और उसके साथ साथ अभी हमने कुछ अलग अलग प्रकार के इन्वेस्टमेंट के मॉडल भी तैयार किए और हम लोग उसमें जा रहे हैं। पर मैंने अभी एक ऐसी बात देखी है कि जो मॉडल हमने हमारे पैसे से खड़े किए हैं और अभी उस पर टोल चालू है, हमारा टोल इनकम इस समय 28,000 करोड़ पर ईयर है, और मुझे विश्वास है कि 5 साल में मैं 1 लाख करोड़ करूंगा। तो मैं जब लाखों करोड़ की बात करता हूं तो ये पैसा मैं अपना एनएचआई के स्ट्रेंथ पर खड़े करने की बात करता हूं। गवर्नमेंट का बजट 1 लाख रुपए मुझे है, 1 लाख करोड़, तो मैं मानता हूं कि 5 साल में मुझे एक 6 लाख करोड़ बजट मिलेगा, पर 10 लाख करोड़ मैं मार्केट से खड़ा करूंगा। 10-15 लाख कोई अड़चन नहीं है। अभी फॉरेन फंड, इंश्योरेंस फंड, बाद में पेंशन फंड्स और अलग अलग प्रकार के फंड्स आए हैं, और अभी हम लोग टाइप भी कर रहे हैं। तो हमारे पास अभी लो कॉस्ट कैपिटल पे फंड भी अवेलेबल है, और हमारे प्रोजेक्ट को जो फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर है 100%, वो कहते हैं कि 30 साल के लिए हम उसको मोनेटाइज उसको हम मोनेटाइज कर देंगे, और उसको पूरा पैसा हमको मिल जाएगा, और उसको 30 साल में टोल मिलता रहेगा। फिर भी उसको हम लोग एक्स्ट्रा अकाउंट खोल के बैंक से उसको, वो बोले कि उस बैंक में उसको पैसे डेली चाहिए, वीकली चाहिए, मंथली चाहिए, सिर्फ हम दे सकते हैं। हमारी एनएचआई की स्ट्रेंथ अच्छी है, हमारा AAA रेटिंग है, और आने वाले समय में हमारा 1 लाख करोड़ का इनकम केवल टोल से होगा। अभी हम 2000 पेट्रोल पंप, एलएनजी स्टेशन हमारे बना रहे हैं, रोड साइड एमिनिटीज बना रहे हैं, लॉजिस्टिक पार्क बना रहे हैं, रोड के बाजू में ग्रीन हाईवे इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर्स बना रहे हैं, तो उससे भी हमको इनकम मिलेगा। और ये सब इनकम मिलाकर और आज की हमारी स्ट्रेंथ को कैलकुलेट करते हुए हम लोग 2 साल में 15 लाख करोड़ तक के भी रोड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स अवार्ड कर सकते हैं। अब इसमें बॉटलनेक ये है कि लैंड एक्विजिशन, यूटिलिटी शिफ्टिंग, तो हमने अब नियम ही बनाया कि जब तक 80% से ऊपर 90% लैंड मिलती नहीं, तब तक हम अपॉइंटमेंट डेट नहीं देंगे। तो पुराने समय जो सेक्टर प्रॉब्लम में आया था, उसका कारण लैंड एक्विजिशन में डिले था, फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस में डिले था, यूटिलिटी शिफ्टिंग में डिले था। अभी हमने तीनों बातों को शुरुआत में कर लिया है, और इसके कारण अब जब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को प्रोजेक्ट मिलेगा तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। तो अब ये स्पीड और बढ़ेगी। अभी कोविड के भी पीरियड में हमने 30 किलोमीटर का एवरेज कायम रखा है, और अभी मुझे लगता है कि ये स्पीड बढ़ाने के लिए पैसे की कोई हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। इन्वेस्टमेंट, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट लगातार मिल रही है। और मैं आपको और एक बात सुझाऊंगा कि जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स का रेटिंग अच्छा है, क्या आपकी एनबीएफसी खोलकर आप उनको ये जो इक्विपमेंट है ये लीज करके दे सकते हैं क्या? तो हम लोग 10% मोबिलाइजेशन एडवांस, 10% मशीनरी एडवांस देते हैं, वो आपसे खरीदते हैं, पर उसमें भी आपने अगर उनको लीजिंग में दिया तो उनके पास थोड़ा सा वर्किंग कैपिटल का सपोर्ट और होगा। और वो भी कॉस्ट, आप अगर एक्सपोर्ट करते होंगे तो विदाउट हेजिंग करके आपने अगर फॉरेन एक्सचेंज में अगर आपको पैसा या आपने लाया और दिया, तो मुझे लगता है आप इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट में काफ़ी बचत करके आपको बिजनेस भी ज़्यादा मिलेगा। तो आप अलग अलग प्रकार के इनोवेटिव मॉडल में आप काम करिए। रोड में इतने प्रोजेक्ट्स है अभी कि आप मेरे ऊपर विश्वास रखिए कि कोई रोड के काम की कमी नहीं है। हम सब मिलकर जो कैपिटल लगता है रोड में, कुछ आप मदद करिए, कुछ मैं बाहर फॉरेन से ला रहा हूँ, कुछ गवर्नमेंट का है, कुछ जो इन्वेस्टर और कॉन्ट्रैक्टर है वो बैंक से लाएगा, और ये पकड़ के मुझे लगता है कि ओवरऑल फ्यूचर ब्राइट है। और मैं अभी इस साल में, अब देखिए 5-1 लाख करोड़ का, तो 5-6 लाख करोड़ के अवार्ड करने में कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, तो निश्चित रूप से हो जाएंगे। और आगे भी हम लोग ये स्पीड बढ़ा रहे हैं। इसमें प्रॉब्लम है जो वो गवर्नमेंट में जो सर्विस करने वाले जो सिस्टम में सरकारी लोग हैं, उनकी मानसिकता भी एक समस्या है, क्योंकि वो ना उनमें हिम्मत होती है, ना कुछ नया करने के लिए एकदम दानत भी होती है। वो डरते हैं और हिम्मत नहीं करते। मेरे पास 10 रुपए होंगे तो मैं 50,000 रुपए का प्लान करूंगा, उनके पास 10 रुपए होंगे तो वो 2 रुपए का प्लानिंग करते हैं। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम। तो उनको उनको भी लगातार पुश करके जमता है, तब बदलती है उनके, अब उनका भी कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ा है। सक्सेस स्टोरी जब बनी है, अब रोड सेक्टर में तो सक्सेस स्टोरी बनी, अब 2 साल में आप देख लेना, हिंदुस्तान के कोई भी राज्य में जाओ, पूरा तस्वीर बदली हुई रहेगी। तो नेचुरली ये सब सक्सेसफुली जब एक्सपेरिमेंट्स होंगे तो उनका पॉजिटिव कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ेगा। और इसलिए आप आने वाले 5 साल में, ये कोविड आया, नहीं तो इसी समय आपके भी टर्नओवर में बहुत बढ़ोतरी होती और काम आगे बढ़ता। पर ये नेचुरल कैलेमिटीज जैसा एक संकट है, और आने वाले समय में ये आप कॉन्फिडेंस रखिए, रोड सेक्टर में एकदम स्थिति अच्छी है। रियल इस्टेट में काफी चिंता का विषय है, क्योंकि वहां अभी तक हम लोग नहीं उठा पाए, पर कोशिश कर रहे हैं अलग अलग इसमें, पर लो कॉस्ट एंड अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग में है। तो धीरे धीरे हमें क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को इम्प्रूव करना, कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को कम करना, और मैकेनाइज डिजिटलाइज सिस्टम को लाना, और फ्यूल के लिए अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल को लाना। तो कुछ बातें आपके लेवल पर आप करिए, कुछ हम करेंगे। पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है, टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेस दोनों भी आ सकते हैं, और हम लोग स्ट्रांग पॉलिटिकल विल के साथ ये हमारा सेक्टर आगे जाएगा। तो आप जाने ही वाले हैं, कुछ भी होगा तो भी मैं रोड बनाते रहूंगा, तो तुम्हारा तो टर्नओवर 3 गुना 4 गुना 5 गुना बढ़ने वाला है। आप उसकी चिंता मत करिए, वो आपका टर्नओवर बढ़ेगा, और आप उसके साथ जो प्रॉफिट कमा रहे हैं उसमें लगातार रिसर्च और इनोवेशन करके, उसके नए नए अल्टरनेटिव अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी करके, इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के आधार पर आपको आपके प्रोडक्ट को इंटरनेशनली एक्सेप्ट करेंगे, इतना अच्छा बनाइए। और लीजिंग के लिए मैंने आपको कहा है कि आपकी खुद की कंपनी भी होगी, तो आपका बिजनेस और बढ़ाने में इसका उपयोग होगा।
Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी, एज ऑलवेज वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव आंसर। जरूर सर, आपके पास और समय है थोड़े और सवालों के लिए?
हाँ, और कर लीजिए, कोई 5-10
बहुत
मिनट।
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद सर। मिस्टर रंगाचार, आपको कंपोनेंट्स इंडस्ट्री, आत्मनिर्भरता और एमएसएमई के बारे में एक सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं। मिस्टर रंगाचार।
मंत्री जी,
हाँ, बोलिए।
देखिए, अपनी सीमा पे जो आक्रमण हुआ है उससे कंपोनेंट इंडस्ट्री को काफी प्रोत्साहन मिला है, और हमारी ये पूरी दृढ़ संकल्प है कि कंपोनेंट इंडस्ट्री कभी पीछे नहीं रहेगी। जितने भी कंस्ट्रक्शन मशीनरी के लिए कंपोनेंट्स की जरूरत है वो हम अदा करने के लिए तैयार हैं। पर आपसे दो छोटी छोटी रिक्वेस्ट हैं। एक तो टेक्नोलॉजी जो आपने कहा था बाहर से लाने की जरूरत है, उसके लिए जो बाहर टेक्नोलॉजी वाले हैं वो चाहते हैं कि अपनी पॉलिसी स्टेबल रहे। ये हर एक साल जैसे टैक्स पॉलिसी हुई, इनकम टैक्स रिबेट हुआ R&D पे, तो ये बदले नहीं, और कम से कम 3 साल 5 साल के लिए ये बिल्कुल स्थायी रहे। और दूसरा, आपने R&D के बारे में काफी जिक्र किया था। ये हर एक इंडस्ट्री तो अपने आप जरूर करेगी, पर इसके अलावा जो मूल्य रिसर्च है वो अगर थोड़ा गवर्नमेंट भी करे इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलके, तो इससे R&D में काफी बढ़ावा आएगा। और कंपोनेंट इंडस्ट्री बिल्कुल MSME से जुड़ी हुई है। एक एक कंपोनेंट इंडस्ट्री के साथ कम से कम 50 MSME जुड़े हुए हैं। तो जैसे ये इंडस्ट्री बढ़ेगी, MSME जरूर प्रॉस्पर करेगी, और इसमें हमारा पूरा समर्थ रहेगा।
एक तो पहली बात तो आर्थिक नीतियां, आपका कहना सही है, मेरे हाथ में ये विषय नहीं है, पर आपकी भावना का विचार करते हुए मैं जरूर उचित जगह पर ये बताऊंगा। दूसरी बात मैं आपको बता देता हूं कि अगर आप में से कुछ लोग और बाहर से अगर कंपोनेंट लाते होंगे, तो उनके ऊपर ड्यूटी बढ़ाने का काम के पीछे मैं लगा हूं।
बिल्कुल
तो
सही।
जो लोग बाहर से मटेरियल ला रहे होंगे, उनकी ड्यूटी बढ़ाकर आप आगे चिल्लाने वाले हो, इसलिए पहले आपको बता देता हूं कि आप इंडिया में मेक इन इंडिया और मेड इन इंडिया करके अपने वेंडर्स को डेवलप करके यहाँ से कंपोनेंट खरीदी करिए। ये 100% हम लोग बाहर से जो लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए भविष्य का समय अच्छा नहीं होगा। हम उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ करके आपको ऐसी पॉलिसी बनाएंगे कि वो आपको बहुत महंगा पड़ेगा। तो आप पहले से ही आप कंपोनेंट से आप बनाइए। दूसरी रिसर्च की बात है कि मैं आपको कहता हूं, आप आपके लोग मिलकर, आप एक एक IIT के साथ मिलकर आप क्यों नहीं टेक्नोलॉजी सेंटर्स वगैरह डालते हैं। अभी आप में से कोई लोग हैं, मैं एक योजना पे काम कर रहा हूँ कि टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रेनिंग एंड स्किल सेंटर के लिए, इनोवेशंस के लिए हम लोग, अगर आप आगे आएंगे और समझो आपने 25-30 करोड़ की कोई स्कीम होगी, तो आप बिल्डिंग और लैंड आपकी होगी, सेंटर में मशीनरी हम देंगे, इक्विपमेंट, ट्रेनिंग आप करिए, उनको लोगों को जॉब दीजिए, आपको स्किल्ड मैन पावर मिलेगी, और वहाँ रिसर्च भी करिए। फिर ये टेक्नोलॉजी सेंटर्स आप आईआईटी के साथ, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के साथ मिलकर डालिए, तो मुझे लगता है ये सरकार में वगैरह रिसर्च होना बहुत कठिन होता। आप इसके लिए आपके प्रॉफिट से, कोई ज्यादा पैसा नहीं है, आप 10, 20, 25 करोड़ डालिए, बाकी सरकार में कुछ 10, 15, 20 करोड़ देंगे, और आप ये रिसर्च के काम को हर जगह देखिए। हमारे हिंदुस्तान की इंडस्ट्री को अगर वर्ल्ड में आगे ले जाना है, तो वर्ल्ड में जो लोग हैं वो अपने प्रॉफिट का कितने % रिसर्च पर खर्चा करते हैं, और इंडियन इंडस्ट्री कितना करती है, जरा देखिए। तो मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि कुछ आप डालिए, ये भविष्य में आपको बहुत फायदेमंद होगा। आईआईटी और इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के साथ आप भी जॉइंट वेंचर करिए। हम डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से, गवर्नमेंट से भी अब कर रहे हैं। और कंपोनेंट्स के लिए मेरा आपसे सुझाव है कि वो भी आज इंजीनियरिंग, आईआईटी वगैरह सबके सहयोग से कंपोनेंट डेवलप करने के बारे में, उसके मटेरियल डेवलप करने के बारे में आप यहाँ अभी से काम शुरू करिए। शुरुआत में प्रीलिमिनरी लेवल पर प्रॉब्लम्स तो आएंगे, पर एक बार ये टीथिंग ट्रबल जो है वो रिजॉल्व हो जाएगी तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएंगे, उल्टा आप एक्सपोर्ट करने वाले बनेंगे और हमारे मटेरियल बाहर जाएंगे। और इसलिए अभी बीच में मैं एक स्टडी कर रहा था कि चाइना में टोटल वर्ल्ड का 30% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग चाइना में है, और उसमें जो मेन है वो 10 इंडस्ट्री ऐसी है, 10 है जहाँ वो मैक्सिमम काम करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर हम करेंगे तो हमारे लिए, इंडस्ट्री के लिए, अभी जो एक्सपोर्ट आपका है ये आज जो है इससे अगर 2 गुना 3 गुना बढ़ता है तो नेचुरली वो आपके प्रॉफिट में कन्वर्ट होगा। तो इन्वेस्टमेंट इन रिसर्च, ट्रेनिंग, स्किल एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, ये मुझे लगता है ये बहुत फायदेमंद रहेगा। और ये आगे आपकी एक कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट ही समझ लीजिए। इससे आपके प्रोडक्ट्स की जो क्वालिटी बढ़ेगी, एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट बढ़ेगा, निश्चित रूप से उसकी यूटिलिटी बढ़ेगी, तो उसका फायदा होगा। सरकार वगैरह में होता नहीं, क्योंकि सरकार में बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स पे हम कोशिश जरूर करेंगे, मैं टालता नहीं हूँ, पर आप आईआईटी और इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के साथ मिलकर अगर आप आपके खुद के टेक्नोलॉजी सेंटर्स करेंगे, और कुछ जगह के लिए हम लोग भी ऐसी स्कीम बना रहे हैं एमएसएमई में कि ऐसे सेंटर्स को हम भी कुछ मदद करेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है इससे काफी बड़े प्रमाण पर हम लोग ये विषय आगे ले जा सकेंगे।
बहुत धन्यवाद जी।
बहुत क्लियर मैसेज है सर। एक तो आत्मनिर्भरता पे, दूसरा एकेडमिशियंस और एकेडमिक्स के साथ जोड़ के वो स्टूडेंट्स को भी बहुत फायदा होगा। सो दे विल कम आउट रेडी फॉर इंडस्ट्री एज वेल। सर समय की पाबंदी है, आपको भी, तो मैं अपने साथी संदीप सिंह को कहूंगा कि अपने क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स।
थैंक्स विपिन। मंत्री जी, मैं सीआईआई आईसीएमआ की तरफ से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। आपकी प्रेजेंस, सपोर्ट, एनकरेजिंग वर्ड्स हर बार हमारे लिए, हमें बहुत इंस्पायर और मोटिवेट करते हैं, और हर बार हम बहुत खुश होते हैं। खास करके जो प्रोजेक्ट आपने आज बताए भी और अनाउंस भी किए, एनआईपी 1 लाख करोड़ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, आपने अभी बताया कि आपकी जो एम्बिशन है कि 5 लाख करोड़ के रोड प्रोजेक्ट अगले कुछ सालों में, 60 किलोमीटर रोड पर डे, 22 ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवेज, these are all very good opportunities for construction equipment manufacturers and our vendors. I would also like to thank my friend Bipin Sondhi and Narendran and CII and ISEMA colleagues to put together this new initiative for construction equipment industry in today's world, to organize this exhibition. With construction and infrastructure being second largest employer after agriculture, CE sector contributes significantly to employment creation and better quality of life through improved infrastructure. Sir, on behalf of CE industry, we have been very privileged to get all the support from you and your ministry. In fact, under the severe impact of COVID-19 pandemic, you have been very kind to consider a request of deferment of BS4 emission norm. Thank you very much, sir. That was really needed and nice of you and very kind of you to approve that. I would like to assure you on behalf of ICIMA that we fully understand our responsibility and we are totally aligned with your vision for a cleaner environment. And we are exploring a possibility of CNG and alternate fuel powered construction equipment. And very soon we will like to show you this technology. And this is again your ambition and we are totally aligned with you. Mantriji, I would also like to inform you that we are working totally engaged with the government and supporting government in Atmanirbhar Bharat program uh, for the development of mother technology, like you just mentioned, and localization of our products. I would like to mention जो हमारे 50 के ऊपर जो हमारी कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट OEM मैन्युफैक्चर जो यहाँ पे हैं या जो हमारे वेंडर्स हैं 60 to 70% प्रोडक्ट्स आर ऑलरेडी लोकलाइज्ड और जैसे ही आगे डिमांड बढ़ती है हम चाहेंगे कि हम इसको और लोकलाइज करें और इंडिजनाइज करें कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन को कम करें कॉस्ट कम्पिटिटिवनेस को बढ़ाएं और कोशिश ये करें कि हमारी इक्विपमेंट की डिमांड और सेल डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में और एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट में और बढ़े और हम चाहेंगे कि हम वर्ल्ड क्लास इक्विपमेंट यहाँ पे विद फुल्ली एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी बनाएं और बना भी रहे हैं यहाँ पे मैं आपको यही बताना चाहूँगा कि हैवी लाइन इंडस्ट्री में चाहे वो कोल इंडस्ट्री हो या कोल माइनिंग हो उसमें हम ऑलरेडी इलेक्ट्रिक एक्सकेवेटर और इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक सप्लाई कर रहे हैं तो इसलिए हमारे पास ये टेक्नोलॉजी है अगर आगे जाके डिमांड बढ़ती है तो हम ये जल्द से जल्द ये टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे देश में भी लाना चाहेंगे I would also like to thank you all the sponsors and ICIMA members and exhibitors and participants for their participation in this exhibition. I would also like to mention, Mantriji, that many of construction equipment manufacturers have their own NBFCs. Only in the last 1 year, because of this financial liquidity or some kind of a slowdown in the demand, they suffered some kind of losses. But I'm sure very soon, with the increase in demand, we will bring more NBFCs, and with the support of government, we will encourage them to lend more and more funds to the customers and contractors. In this exhibition, we are going to showcase our technology. Our vendors are going to showcase their technology, their future projects, and also NBFCs are also participating and showing their strength and their future plans. So in total, I think we are all working towards your guidelines, and we will make sure that in future, we will showcase you our advanced technology. We showcase you that most of us have NBFCs. We just need your support to continue allocating more and more projects and make sure that these stall projects which are there in some of the states are cleared faster, and we will fully support the government in Atmanirbhar plan also. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks, and thank you very much. Thanks to everyone, all the participants, all the exhibitors, and my senior colleagues from ICIMA and CII. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you. नमस्कार.
आता का
हाँ सिद्धार्थ अमित 1 मिनट रुक जाओ सो सीमा इज ज्वाइनिंग द हेलो सेशन सुनाई दे रहा है हेलो
Yes, ma'am.
या जस्ट वेट फॉर 5 minutes I mean not 5 minutes 2-3 minutes सीमा is joining the session हाँ सिद्धार्थ अमित 1 मिनट रुक जाओ
Okay. And now we're into the CI hive, right?
hello Siddharth are you there
Hello.
yeah so Seema is
Login into. I should now log in into CI hive also, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, it is going live, so we will discuss on phone call.
Okay.
Hello.
Afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Hello. Hi, Seema.
Hi. Yep. Good afternoon. Hi. Can you hear me?
Not able to hear you.
Hear me now? No?
Are you putting a background or something?
It's not possible actually in the Cisco WebEx. Can you hear me? I'm not audible.
Yeah, now audible.
Sir, on WebEx, actually, backdrop doesn't work. It doesn't work. But for the participants, they'll see a proper backdrop and logos and all.
Okay.
Yes. Panelists.
Oh.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you.
So your video is also on. Good afternoon, Vyas sir. Good afternoon, Shakti.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you all?
Good, sir.
Looking good as always.
I have a different look.
I know, Vyas sir. I know. So I'm very glad that we have been able to sort of put it together properly. And I'm sure that as always, we will do a brilliant job, all of us. So with that confidence, we have to. हम लोग सब अभी क्या धीरे-धीरे क्या होगा? We can then give expertise now कि कैसे करना है. सीमा has become the expert. हम लोग भी थोड़ा बड़ा expert हो गए हैं. क्यों सीमा?
Yes, sir. Right.
वैसे अब आप ऑफिस से आके कर रहे हैं आज because connectivity के लिए yesterday थोड़ा सा.
Yes, sir. I have just come to the home. The Wi-Fi is working well, so hopefully it will work well today.
Yeah.
Because Jaipur office, it was poor yesterday. Actually, there was a lot of rain in Jaipur for last 2 days.
Correct. So, is my visual okay? My visual, is it okay?
Yes. Sharp.
Yeah.
I think except Mr. Seema's, others all are very sharp and clear. Hers is little bit blurred. The image is little blurred.
Yeah. Again, I think a network issue maybe. Government panel, Vyasa, I'm saying is doing a lot of work, which is good because for some time there was a little lag, but now connect with all the state governments and being able to arrange this is really very good. I'm very happy that ICMA is now really making itself felt. I think slowly our ambition to make it the credible voice of the industry is very good. And the interaction today morning with the Gadkari ji also was very good. I would say it was very, very good interaction. So it's very good. Right direction. It's moving. It's wonderful. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Sir, just one thing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so this is being streamed now on CII Hive and also on YouTube. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Understood. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hi, good
Sandeep ji,
afternoon,
good
sir.
afternoon.
Garg sir, is my voice audible?
Yes, absolutely crystal clear.
जी. Good afternoon, sir.
We are not able to hear you, Mr. Sandeep. On and off.
Am I audible?
हाँ गर्ग साहब आपका ठीक है संदीप सर की आवाज नहीं
Very clear.
Thank you.
Is it okay now? Are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Now
yes,
it's good.
yes,
No, it is okay. Chalo, good. And picture is okay?
yes, sir.
As handsome and elegant as ever.
Very good. Mr. Ramakrishna is there, no? Mr. Ramakrishna from CII.
He'll just join in a minute, sir. He'll just join in a minute.
Okay.
Automatically the green light should have come on that. Cake against.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Gautam Reddy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr.
We are just waiting for our colleague from CII. If he doesn't turn up in next 1 minute, then we will start.
Sure. Zoom in.
Good afternoon, Gautam sir.
Hi, Vyasji, how are you?
Yeah, good. How are you,
Been so
sir?
long.
Yeah, long time.
How have you been?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir, we are very thankful to you for finding this time to interact with us. Really very, very happy that you could find time despite your busy schedule to interact with us as ICMA members and CII. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Garg. Yeah, we are ready to start.
my colleague mentioned, Mr. Reddy, really nice of you to come and join us today. And as Arvind mentioned, that today we have all ICIMA members and CII members, and we would like to hear from you, have interaction with you, generally talk about our perspective, and would like to understand the perspective of Andhra Pradesh government with regard to the construction industry. My name is Sandeep Singh. I am president of ICIMA, and I'm also managing director of Tata Hitachi. I have personally met you a few times in Vizag, if you remember. Through CII, I had come and we had dinner together. So I'm sure you remember me. So I will start now, and at the outset, I would like to thank you for joining us today and giving us the opportunity to interact and express our views to the government of Andhra Pradesh. As you know, the Indian construction equipment industry, with the turnover of US $6.5 billion last year, is the key growth driver of the country economy. I would also like to highlight that construction sector overall, including the construction equipment industry, is the second largest employment generator in India after agriculture industry. The CE industry plays a vital role in the growth and development of country's economy. I would also like to request my colleagues to mute their mic because there is some disturbances from someone. CE industry, construction equipment industry, has been facing severe headwinds. In fact, not only pandemic, even prior to that, 1 year. And we saw a degrowth of close to 23% last year. And with the impact of pandemic from March onwards, we have seen more than 50% decline in our industry in the first 4 months. So you can imagine 23% decline last year and then 50% decline in this the first quarter of this year. So as a result, we have been facing many challenges like drop in manufacturing capacity utilization. We are now working under 40% of our utilization, lower level of construction activity. So therefore, the equipment utilization has gone down in construction sites. Many of us manufacturers have put capex on pause, on hold. And we have also seen a big challenge coming from migrant labor, contract laborers, and loss of employment. No doubt we have been taking care of our employees, but because of reduction in job and no work at construction site, I'm sure many people would have lost their job. So therefore, to help revive growth in construction equipment industry and in turn economy of our country, we would like to make few requests to you as well. Basically to enhance award of new contract and project. We know that you have been really pushing many of projects in Andhra Pradesh. We have seen some upswing in the last few months, but we feel that there are still some stall project which can be accelerated and can help us in generating demand in Andhra Pradesh. Improve liquidity with contractors. Some of our contractors are facing financial crunch, and therefore timely release of payment will certainly help them. Ensure easy availability of finance through government and support some of our, because you have also many government projects which are on anvil. One of the biggest project is the capital of your state, and also many road projects. You have also been promoting low-cost housing in your state, so that is also very important. There are many irrigation projects which are on anvil in your state. So enable a quick return of workers, because we have seen today at any construction site there are not more than 30 to 35% of workers. So how do we facilitate them? How we can work together with the government to bring them back so that the work can start at the sites? I'm sure under your leadership, we will able to find effective solution to the challenges being faced by construction industry, overall construction industry, and construction equipment industry specifically, and help reviving growth of the state and Indian. We are very keen to work with your government, understand your issues. If you feel that anywhere we can help and support you and work together, we'll be very happy to do that. So with this, I will close my welcome note and would like to request you to deliver your keynote address and share your thoughts and feelings with us. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandeep Singh. I mean, it's been, of course, we have met in a couple of times in Visakhapatnam. First of all, good evening to all of you, and thank you, Mr. Dr. D. Ramakrishna, Chairman CII, and also the ICMA for the introduction. I think I'll start off, I'm not, I think, as you know, I think Mr. Vyas is there to actually, so I'm not new to infrastructure. So for the first time, if you really see, the ministry we have, the chief minister has actually brought in the whole, the gamut of right from investments, infrastructure, industry, then you have commerce, and then also going on to skill development. So if you see the whole gamut of the development and investments would be coming in my ministry under me. This has just been brought about because the chief minister felt that rather than creating cylindricals and then creating hurdles, we need to have the convergence. And I think recently I would like to take a point out of especially since I know about infrastructure, a little bit of infrastructure. The idea of what we are planning to do is infrastructure is not something that can be built in cylindricals. It's a holistic, it's a grid map that we need to prepare, right? We're talking about, let's start off today what we're doing right at, when we're talking about decentralizing or devolution of powers, we're starting at building panchayat offices, building right to bharosa centers, building health clinics. So we're talking about building 13,000 health clinics across the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have right bharosa centers where every panchayat has got then we have village such one, that is village secretariat system. So if you really see, so I'm talking about right from the grassroots level. So I'm just giving you what has happened in the last 1 year and what the plans that we're going to unroll in the coming 4 years too. The idea is, start off at the base level of construction, base level of delivering facilities and governance to the people at the bottom, and build on it. And then by way of bringing in to the industry, what Chief Minister has said is, we will create world-class infrastructure. When I talk about creating infrastructure, we're talking about accessibilities. We're talking about creating accessibilities to water, transportation, that is, and also to energy. And then the most important point also is that we give a pipeline of workforce, quality workforce. So that is the reason why we are going to be setting up 30 skill colleges across the state of Andhra Pradesh. So that's another 30 skill colleges being constructed over there. Now, in the space of infrastructure, I will just try to give a broad gauge. We know that Andhra Pradesh has got a very long coastline. We have about 970 kilometers of coastline. So we are now going to develop 3 major infrastructure, ports, that is in Ramayapatnam, Machilipatnam, and Bovanapadu. Already the bids are going to be announced on Ramayapatnam very soon. And the Machilipatnam and the other project in Bovanapadu also is going to be taking up in a span of 3 to 4 months. Apart from this, we are investing heavily on the fishing harbors, so that what we said is, the whole infrastructure, what we're talking about, as I said again, it is a grid that, that needs to be overlaid with each other. We're building in 7 fishing harbors, modern fishing harbors, to facilitate the marine products and marine exports. We're also now looking at developing 45,000 acres of industrial estates. When we're talking about industrial estates, I would just like to say what you have in the DMIC sector, what you see in the Sri City. We would like to duplicate these in terms of giving high quality industrial estates. So it's not going to be in the past where land was just given hearsay and what's given here and there, but we are focusing more on actual industrial clusters. And we're also mapping out the entire the state of Andhra Pradesh in terms of the red, green, and the yellow zone. So the idea is that the industry that comes in, we know exactly where to place them and which industrial clusters to place them. So we're talking about, there is another, what we're talking about is another 45,000 acres of real estate, industrial land that is going to be coming up in terms of industry. So I'm talking about, your construction equipment requirement there. Now, apart from this, we have the state, we have now gone into three capitals, as you know very clearly. We are moving ahead with our executive, judicial, and legislature capital. So we are actually multiplying that into 3 now. So you can see the whole. We recently awarded the international airport to the GMR group for in the Visakhapatnam. That is going to commence start construction operations I think probably in December. If I'm not before end of December, they should be starting it. We're also looking at developing 3 other. So as I said, it's a plan that it actually sits all together. So you cannot have infrastructure just sitting ideally. You cannot have roads, build roads and not have ports. You cannot have ports. Have ports but not have airports. So it's a very interlinked convergence plan. That's what we've done. So we are also developing a lot of our airports, tier 3 airports. Like now, Karnool is going to come online very soon. Kadapa has now got a night landing facility. Tirupati is moving on to getting its international cargo hub. Then we have there's an expansion project in Vijayawada, which is going to be coming up. And apart from that, we're also going to be developing a new airport in Nellore. So if you really see, there's going to be about 4 to 5 airports coming up on stream in the next 2 to 3 years, and 3 major ports and 7 fishing harbors, and the development of 3 capitals we're talking about. And 3 capitals when we're talking about, especially we know this, that the north of Visakhapatnam is going to see a huge amount of investments in terms of not only in the construction activity, because we're going to be creating what you've seen in Hyderabad, the ring road, the orbital road. We're going to be creating a connective coastal road right from from north of Visakhapatnam, that is right now from Bhimili to the airport by having a 10-lane expressway. So we are actually looking this infrastructure investments as a holistic plan with the need for agriculture. Now we are also setting up MSME parks, developing MSME parks across the 175 constituencies, along with food processing units. So that's another we're talking about. So if you really then we also are looking at the water grid, supplying of drinking water facility for the upland areas. Now that is so. If you really look at this, the cost of this is going to be in the region of 30 to 40,000 crores. That is just the grid project. Then you have the 7 port harbor. There's a fishing harbors which is costing about each one is about 3 to 400 crores. We're talking about 2,000 crores over there. The 3 major harbors, the ports that are coming up, each one that's another 10,000 crores coming in there. And then we have just like the DMIC sector, we have the Visakhapatnam and Visakhapatnam and Chennai corridor, and then the Chennai Bangalore corridor, where there's a huge spate of activity already is happening in terms of acquisition and creating industrial sectors and zones. So if you really look at it, I think the Andhra Pradesh is actually going to invest heavily in the next 3 to 4 years on its infrastructure. And as I said recently, the Prime Minister of India also pointed out there is a big bill, there's a huge gap. We are always trying to catch up for yesterday's target. I think the idea for Andhra Pradesh, what we're doing is we want to focus on the next 20 years of development, what is going to happen, and then build it up today. So we're also talking about a metro line coming in between Visakhapatnam and the international airport, where the DPRs are already been drawn out. Now the fundamental questions will come. Now, where is this going to be funding coming out of? If you see, financial planning, financial prudence is very important, and I've noticed this that what we have done is that most of these projects that we are doing it against project lending, project borrowing. So we are actually taking the project and going to the banks and then giving the advantages, and then just like a typical any other private sector does. So we've seen a huge amount of interest from the banking sector, and especially with FRBMs coming down, and government of India easing that. So there is a more there's less burden of liquidity coming in there. So with all these factors put in, we can actually see that there's going to be a robust growth of actual infrastructure taking place in Andhra Pradesh. And if I tell you, just to give an example, when the whole country, during the COVID time, if you look at the way we have invested in the medical infrastructure, in terms of we introduced 1,008 these ambulances, COVID ready emergency ambulances, what was done for the first time. We're also investing heavily in our medical infrastructure in terms of just not only giving primary but secondary healthcare also. So if you really look at it, the way forward for us is that it has to be an all-round kind of infrastructure development, and we see there is going to be a big development coming in the next 3 to 4 years. So I would be more than happy to address any of your questions, I mean, from the committee members or from the panel or whom they would like to have. And just to make a point before I close it out, we also would like to see this, our government, we basically, we are continuously, we focus, I think, especially our chief minister believes that infrastructure is the biggest driver that's going to come for any emerging nations. And I think that is where we're going to be investing in terms of water supply, in terms of connectivity and other things. So with that, I'd like to close my remarks, and I would really more than have any questions or any queries that you would have from us.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for laying out the roadmap for us. You spoke about a grid, you talked about interlinked convergence, and you talked about infrastructure which will make the state ready for the next 20 years. This is truly music to our ears. And I am Arvind Garg. I am the past president of ICIMA. I am the current chairman of the Infrastructure Equipment Skill Council. You spoke about skilling. And I'm also the business head for the construction and mining machinery business of Larsen & Toubro. And it will be my privilege to act as a moderator today. And thank you very, very much for your words, for sharing your vision that the state has. And to begin the proceedings for the panel discussions, I would first like to invite Mr. Ramakrishna, who is the chairman of CII Andhra Pradesh, to speak a few words. And then I will introduce you to the panelists and then take it forward from there with your permission, sir. So, Mr. Ramakrishna, please.
To all of you, I welcome Mekpati Gautam Reddy Garu, Minister of Andhra Pradesh. That is, especially, he is very close to all of us in solving all our problems, especially in the pandemic situation. He is a very dynamic minister, and few points. Basically, recently, from last 3-4 years, I started constructing one IT company, only 1 lakh square feet. As in Telugu, we say, illu katti chudu, and say the second is pelli chesi chudu. But today, completing a marriage is much easier than now the construction of the building. Now the basic challenges which we are seeing is a 4 dimensions. The one is the methodology which we are using, all these directions, and the type of technology available, type of material available, what to be used, what not to be used, how to design. There is a lot of gap is there. Same time, how we are able to use the machinery and what type of machinery available for especially small and medium constructions is also bigger challenge. Because when we are constructing, I use it to be always worry about what is going to happen to the workers, whether they are going to be safe, if there is something instant happen, because though we given helmets and all, talking most time how to safeguard the people, but we are not sure that they will be safe. That is where one dimension. And same dimension, they are not very skilled and they use it to do whatever they want, and completing the work in time and coming the workers in time, because they are all migrant workers and they don't have enough skills, and this is a one directional challenge. The other direction is the material what they use, and even starting from the bigger companies to the smallest companies, they don't adhere to the timings and they don't deliver the what is needed to the companies, whatever they promise. There will be a lot of gap in completing the things, and technological challenges are there. So these are all various dimensions. That means when we are talking in a manufacturing, we talk about 4M, that is a man-made machinery and material. All the 4 directions is a major challenges which we are facing. This is where it is hindering especially the growth of the industry in a shorter term. That means it took almost more than 3 years to complete. Even now also small works is going on after the 3.5 years. So that means the lot of investment is going on it, and we are not able to get the outcome of it. Other direction which I thought, as you also said in the beginning, there is 2-3 challenges which I think we are going to face in coming years. So because of the pandemic, majority of IT companies, we are all started working from a work from home across the world now, where the people are going to work from, which place they are going to stay, and which company they are going to work across the thing is going to change. That is also going to change certain directions in the entire workforce and the investments. entire equilibrium of the infrastructure may change. That we need to relook into it, how we have to understand what is going to be the because all of us will think that the investment in the infrastructure is a almost growing industry and our investment will be safeguarded. But is it going to be safeguarded in coming years? Whether the banks are going to give the loans continuously, and there may be some challenges like what has happened in somewhere in 1992 Japan, where the entire industry got collapsed because of the infrastructure collapse. So these type of challenges may come, and that may create a challenge in the equilibrium of the entire economic situations. These are all some of the challenges we thought we should have a panelists can talk on these issues and how to make our future. And similarly, because we have a lot of labor from the other part of the nation, without that, lot of our activities cannot be made. But still today, we have a lot of unemployed youth. You are taking a skill as your portfolio. I think how we can skill our people so that we'll be able to get a more employability and to our local people and make everybody happy, because our all aspirations of all our young people is only to work in IT, but not in the say blue collar job or other side. So I hope your interventions and your leadership, we will be able to achieve greater heights, and Andhra Pradesh will be put in a top in the road map, the Indian map. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishna. Thank you very much for highlighting some of the issues that maybe need to be discussed. We will try and address as many as possible in the panel discussions. And sir, as the moderator, I would like to start the panel discussions. So first and foremost, Gautam Reddy Garu, greetings to you and greetings to all the distinguished co-panelists, members of ICMA fraternity, our participants from the industry, esteemed customers, and all of those who are watching this webinar live from various parts of Andhra Pradesh and the rest of India. It is my privilege to share this virtual platform with the Honorable Minister, Shri Gautam Reddy Garu, the young and dynamic leader of Andhra Pradesh. Sir, thank you very much for taking out valuable time from your busy schedule to join us and address the construction and mining equipment industry. Andhra Pradesh, with its long coastline, rich heritage, culture, and enterprising people, has always stood out as a leading state for the construction equipment industry. Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, it is our belief that Andhra is now poised to leapfrog and evolve as one of the most progressive, transparent, and investor-friendly states in the country. Gautam Reddy Garu, working closely with the Honorable CM, has been in the forefront to strongly promote AP as a global destination. The new industrial policy 2020-23 announced recently identifies 10 thrust areas to propel economic growth, with manufacturing as the high priority sector that would create large-scale employment. The government has also identified industrial zoning as a key focus area to ensure planned industrial development and to provide a risk-free, investment-friendly environment for setting up and operating industries in the state with minimal impact on the environment. De-risking investments is the cornerstone of the new industrial policy. YSR AP1 initiative launched by the Honorable Minister is a multifaceted business enablement center which will act as a one-stop resource and support center for industries. This would provide hand-holding support to investors from the pre-establishment era up to the post-setup support, backward and forward linkages, and access to market and new technologies. The current lease and buy models for land allotment will be replaced with a composite lease plus buy model, when industrial would get to purchase the land after successfully running a unit for 10 years. These initiatives, we are sure, will enable Andhra Pradesh realize its dream of becoming the preferred global destination for manufacturing and services in the coming years. For the first time in India, the government of Andhra Pradesh has taken a path-breaking decision to establish 3 capital cities in Amravati, Kurnool, and Visakhapatnam to ensure balanced growth and decentralization of the state administration. One of the significant activities that is being taken up is to build a 300-kilometer long elevated expressway from Amravati to Kurnool. This would lead to concurrent growth of infrastructure and townships, as well as offices and faster development of cities. Over decades, we have witnessed seasoned men and industrialists hailing from Andhra Pradesh, pioneering the entrepreneurial revolution in several spheres like irrigation, road construction, infrastructure, mining, commerce, hospitality, aviation, to name a few. Your government's efforts, sir, to build world-class infrastructure by using a multi-pronged approach, which you talked about as a grid map, encompassing roads, railways, airports, and seaports, will boost the economy in a big way. Your government has recognized the importance of roads, and almost 200 kilometers of national highways are being currently executed, especially from Ankappalli to Ichapuram, besides many arterial road projects to connect important cities. You have also found effective use of waterways by connecting the Kakinada-Puducherry canal system for inland transportation of goods. Sir, your government has put in humongous efforts to drive the ambitious Polavaram project, which is going to be a game changer in the water resources sector. Diversion of almost 80 TMC of Godavari water to the Krishna basin will dramatically increase agriculture production to a tune of 109 lakhs metric tons per annum, generate power of 960 megawatts, and will assure water supply to Visakhapatnam city and surrounding townships. Andhra Pradesh is also blessed with large granite deposits and has a thriving export industry in Chimakurti, which produces some of the world's finest black galaxy granite. It has huge limestone deposits, iron ore mines, barytes, etc., which have given the state an important role in the mining industry. Visakhapatnam city has a strategic importance with a high concentration of industries, a refinery, steel plant, and defense establishments. Building and maintaining this infrastructure needs construction equipment, and as an industry, we are proud to have partnered in AP's success story so far. Starting from the first bite of earth for groundbreaking to the completion of the project, construction equipment plays a vital role. Be it a backhoe loader, a wheel loader, hydraulic excavators, pavers, compactors, crushers, concreting machines, every equipment is critical in executing this project. The government and its people's resolve to execute projects with higher productivity at lower cost has also led to rapid mechanization and has driven technological advancements in construction equipment. With an eye to offer equipment with superior speeds, productivity, efficiency, and reliability, we in the construction equipment industry have also been continuously working and partnering with many of our customers from the state, and today we have the best in the world equipment available that are being offered to customers. I am happy to share with you, sir, that most of the construction equipment today are equipped with state-of-the-art technologies and telematics, which enable our customers complete the projects in the shortest possible time with absolute visibility throughout the project lifetime. The Infrastructure and Earth Moving Skill Council, IESC, an affiliated body of ICIMA, along with its partner skill development centers, is working closely with all stakeholders like the OEMs, customers, dealers, and society to impart basic and advanced training to the youth of the country. We will be very happy to work with your government to establish skill institutes and partner with the state in development of the local youth. AP state, with its share of irrigation and infra projects, granite and aggregate mining, has been a key driver for construction equipment demand. Going forward, we are confident that AP, under your leadership, will retain its leadership position in the economic and social growth and shall continue to contribute significantly to the growing CE demand as well. With these few words, sir, I would like to introduce you to some of our panelists, Mr. Sandeep Singh, the President of ICIMA and the Managing Director of Tata Hitachi, Mr. Vyas is very well known to you. He's the MD of SREI Infrastructure Finance. Mr. VG Sakti Kumar, who is the Managing Director of Swing Stater. And of course, Mr. Ramakrishna, we are all going to be there participating in this panel discussions. And to start with, I would like to ask a question to Mr. VG Sakti Kumar to start the panel discussions. And the question is that AP, as has been mentioned, has always been at the forefront of infrastructure development and has contributed significantly to the growth of CE demand in the past few years. Sakti, can you please elaborate on Andhra Pradesh's continuing importance for the CE sector? And if you could also highlight some of the challenges that are being faced by the industry today, I'm sure it would be very helpful for all of us and for our Honorable Minister to respond to this after your. So, Sakti, please.
Thank you, Mr. Arvindji. Good evening, Mr. Gautam and co-panelists and all the listeners to this webinar. Most of the things are already discussed here about the importance of Andhra Pradesh as a destination for infrastructure development. But I would like to talk about one specific point, which nobody can disagree with me. The entrepreneurial spirit of the contractor and construction companies. Many of us, when we started our operations in India, the combined state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana at that time used to be the big driver of demand among all the states in the country. And one peculiar aspect, very specific to the state, the corporate companies which existed and continued the business in the last 20 years, they systematically developed subcontractors and brought them and introduced to the mechanization and skilling aspect of construction industry, who today have become big contractors, which in turn made these two states as the states which are pioneering the construction industry business. For machinery manufacturers like us, the construction industry capital is Hyderabad. That's how we consider and we speak till some time back. And today it is Andhra Pradesh, which is being carved out of the combined state, which is young, which has got a big demand for infrastructure construction. And I'm pleased to listen to your speech, sir, talking about holistic and balanced development for the state. And I also had the opportunity to read the industrial policy which got released recently, where environmental and sustainability also was spoken in a big way. And skilling, like you mentioned, 30 skill development centers and 2 institutions. This is all very, very impressive. Listening to you about the future plan of infrastructure potential in the state, I would like to talk about in 2 different topics. One is the demand creation, and another one is the one related to the COVID situation. Talking about the demand, we all know that 2 years back, the AP was in the forefront for demand, and then there are a lot of equipments got sold. Talking about the numbers, whatever it was, in the last year, it dropped down substantially. Not only equipments, also the cement. The cement dropped down to a level of 40% consumption in the state, and the machinery also in the similar lines. So this was a situation before the COVID problem started for the state. And when the COVID situation started, another aspect or another dimension got added, which is the manpower availability, as the migrant workers left, who are playing a very important role in the development of the state. And what you talked about the institution and skilling people, is not going to be immediately available for the construction industry. There is going to be an immediate gap where we are dependent as manufacturer and also many of the contractors to get the migrant laborers back from their native states. So this is one situation. We talked about the demand, shrinkage of demand because of the projects, the big projects you have promised, and also we talked about some of the small and the medium-sized projects like Panchayat Office. That is also important because these small ticket projects are going to help the first contractors who are going to mechanize and encourage more of the local people. So that is also an interesting thing. Today we see in a situation like this, the demand is driven globally or even in India nationally by those contractors who are very small and doing small projects. They are the people who are investing on machinery now. The second aspect, I am sure Mr. Vyas will talk about in detail, but I can tell generally, is the finance availability for the contractors. They are stuck with the payments. They are having issues because they have more NPA type of a situation in their balance sheet. And even though they have requirements to buy machine, unfortunately, they are not in a position to afford it at this point of time. So this is a second biggest concern. So we talked about the demand shrinkage, the manpower, the migrant workers not available. And the third aspect is the finance for the construction companies, the small and big for both. So in the immediate, sorry, sir, I just have one more point. I'll complete it. In the immediate future, I think we like to hear from you the plan for fast tracking and awarding contracts, which will revive the industry in general. One aspect in the industrial policy which I would like to request you to consider is to have a recycling policy, because a lot of things are being discussed today on the waste to wealth category, where we need not go always for the fresh material like sand or aggregate. We can recycle them and use them from the demolished and construction waste. We can recycle them. There is a provision in the regulations to use 20% of aggregates from this type of construction waste. AP can be one of the state as always leading in bringing the new concept and introducing. You can consider the recycling aspect. Similarly, on the concrete, whatever is produced and not placed. So even this should be recycled. This can protect the environment in a big way. And also, I would like to add one more wastewater management area where the sludge can be converted into a fertilizer. That way we can conserve the environment, because Andhra Pradesh is a big agricultural state with a big share in not only agriculture, also on fruits and fish products in mostly agriculture-based economy. So we would like to help them in a different way, which will be a byproduct of the construction industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shakti. Yeah. Shakti, thank you very much, sir. As you know, construction equipment demand is directly linked to the investment being made by the government in infra projects. And you have spoken about the initiatives that has been taken by the government of Andhra Pradesh to facilitate this whole process. Some of the issues that Shakti has brought about relate to, say, migrant labor, the availability of finance, which you had touched in your speech, as well as the plan for fast tracking projects, and of course, recycling. So if you could kindly tell us what are some of the measures that the government of Andhra Pradesh is planning to take to support the user industry, especially contractors in the current situation, and to overcome some of these challenges that have been highlighted by Mr. Shakti Kumar, we'll be very thankful. So
thank you, Mr. Gar. Yeah, I think actually, I think you've done a wonderful job introducing AAP better than me. So I must say thank you to you. Just to start off with, I'm just talking about what's the ticket size we're talking about. I'm just talking about between the airports, ports, infrastructure, that is with the industrial parks, the water grid that we're talking about, the irrigation projects, the power grid, also the power project that we've got to bring in the new transmission lines. And between the steel project in Kadapa, we're talking about an investment outlay of $20 billion in the next 4 years. So these are projects which we are not, which are closed, which we are talking about doing a financial closure in the next 4 to 6 months. I'm talking about, I'm not included the waterways that we're talking about. Inland waterways is another big, that is where we set up a separate division there within the infrastructure, where we plan to get we've been speaking to the Ministry of, Central Government Ministry with the, Inland Waterways Ministry, of the Buckingham Canal, that is right from north of Andhra down to Chennai. So this is another project that we think is going to be a very key mover. Now, now the points that Mr. Shakti Kumar had raised, I think one was about the migrant labor. So what we have done is to address the immediate concern of the construction industry, we are mapping out the actual district-wise. We're talking about industry requirement. What we're talking about when I talk about industry, it's going to be the entire industry. We're talking about the manufacturing, services, and construction, and also the agriculture sector. So we're seeing in that particular district, what is that each industry's requirement in terms of demand for labor is going to be like, and what's the going. And parallelly, what we're going to do is this is driven by the industries department, which we're going to start very soon. And parallelly, we're also going to have the village secretariat system, which is actually going to map out school dropouts, graduates, people who migrated back, migrant labor who have come back into Andhra Pradesh, and see who are readily available to take on this employability. So we are matching from each district between the demand of this industry and the supply that we're going to be looking at. And if it requires that, it requires a bit of, a little bit of apprenticeships programs that needs to be, inculcated so that they can raise up fast. That is something which our skilling department is also looking into. So this is something, if you really look at it, interestingly, we have like AP throws out something like 800,000 graduates every year. And out of that, only about 100,000 gets employability. The rest of the people are basically, the between the what we believe is there's a huge gap between actually the person, is he ready for work or not. So that is why we said the skilling is very important, and we have intertwined it, and we have actually brought it into our curriculum, in our educational curriculum, that 6 months of apprenticeship and skilling program is going to be part of the degree, like what you have across in other parts of the world. And to the other points, I think Shakti Kumar also said is touched about the reusability. I think I'm a big, my chief minister is a big mover on environment. So I think recycling is something that he's always, and is very careful about the pollution about. So that is the reason why we set up a separate pollution control board. So we're going to be looking at making sure that we're going to be very environmental friendly kind of an industry that we're going to bringing in. The recycling is something that, yes, we can look at. If you can throw in more ideas, what you can, as an industry, from the CII, what you can give us suggestions, we are more than happy to take it up. Another thing, I think, bringing out some salient features about our industry policy. Our industry policy, if you really see, is not a growth policy. If you really look, if you see this is actually a stabilizing factor policy. What we said is, let's stabilize our industry in this COVID times. Let's support this. So that is why we are the only state in the country, whole of country, who paid the incentives, outstanding incentives for the last 5 years to the MSME sector, almost close to about 970 crores. And apart from it, we gave them a waiver of the minimum fixed charges of electricity's dues that is they were having in the first quarter. And also we created a corpus fund of 200 crores microfinancing for these micro and small industries. So if you really look at it today, that is where we are seeing we would like to see stabilization. This policy, what we're seeing is actually, as you said, it's a hand-holding policy. Our chief minister said very categorically one thing. It's not the 15 days of red carpet welcome. I think let's get away with that. We're going to handhold them right from the inception of their DPRs, their programs, into the construction. And he also said this is going to be onus on the industry department and my department to see that all the construction is completed within time, because a job completed late, we understand how that interest eats and burden adds up on the project cost. Not only after that, post-construction, we're also looking into operations where we are handholding, we'll be keeping separate desks that on a daily maintenance, on a monthly, we make sure that the industry does not have any concerns. So that's why you see the ministry today, we have entirety of the gamut of the development. In fact, there's a new department also going to be created under the pollution. So if you can see, it's going to be housed under one thing, so where people can see that solutions can be given out much faster. If this is the same thing, that the speed that we moved in terms of our skilling, in terms of our industry policy, in terms of we bringing on third party, like we brought in ISB as our educational partner for this industry. So for my ministry, so which is, they are talking about the next level of governances that we need to bring in. We're talking about how do we create next round of employabilities, and how do we look at in terms of the trust sectors that we're looking at. Now, IT is something which Mr. Ramakrishna touched upon. If you really interesting see, we are not a big challenger in IT spectrum. If you look at the present, but I think the game has changed after the post-COVID. I mean, during the COVID, I think it has moved from more from a realistic centric to more to work from home kind of a concept. So we've laid out a fiber grid of almost 24,000 kilometers, high optical fiber grid, and we're going to be connecting in the before end of this 3 years, almost 1 crore homes will be connected with high internet connections. We're talking about where we'll be providing the three services, that is high, that IPTVs. We're talking about internet and then also the telephone connectivity. So with this kind of connectivity, then I can be a big challenger to the next round of IT development that's going to take place. So we've also addressing the particular concern of the finance, especially as I said specifically, our chief minister is very finicky about not paying. He says we have to pay for the job done, and that is the reason why, if you really look at it, although he's a tough negotiator, but he makes sure that that the payments are to be made on time. So that is something that we are going to inculcate, and we are very clear. And being a contractor from the past, I do understand timely payment means what to the contractors or to the businessmen. So apart from all this, I think, Mr. Shakti Kumar, I think if there's any other suggestions or you can come up with, we're more than happy to take it up. And please, our doors are always open.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're really very impressed to see your micro and macro view, because you talked about granular approach. You also talked about taking a very holistic view. And you also said that you are able to relate to what it means when payments don't come in. And therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to actually invite Mr. D.K. Vyas into the discussion. To say, Mr. Vyas, as the Honorable Minister has said, and as all of us know, finance is actually the oil that feeds the growth of the construction equipment demand. And it also ensures timely execution of contracts. Without finance, nothing moves. And after the various crises of the past, it is a fact that many contractors are facing a very tight liquidity situation because banks have become very, very cautious in lending. While the various governments are taking many measures to ease liquidity and flow of credit, I think the point that Gautam Reddy Garu has made about the Honorable Chief Minister being very finicky on making payments on time, while being a tough negotiator on the other hand, I think this is something very, very welcome. But would you like to share with the Honorable Minister some of the concerns that we have, some of the challenges that we are facing, and some of the suggestions that you may have on the way forward to ease the situation, specifically with respect to Andhra Pradesh? If you could also touch about your favorite, thought that you have on an equipment bank, that would also be very good. So, Mr. Vyas, please.
I thank you, Mr. Garg, and good evening, Gautam sir. Good to see you. All your suggestions, etc., and the plan which we heard about AP sounds like music, because I was just counting when you were speaking. I was trying to calculate the number, and you yourself came to the number $20 billion of investment in 3 years, and excluding certain part. If you add that, I'm sure it will go a few more $1 billion to that. And I was calculating that how many equipments we'll need to, complete those kind of infrastructure work what you spoke. And if you put a thumb rule of 20% of that, if it is an equipment component, which you are aware in the road particularly, we all know that it's 20-25%. So we'll need approximately $4 billion of equipment sale demand going to get created in next 3 years in AP. That itself that itself speaks about today's this month and what we achieved. That next 3 years we have to finance $4 billion of equipment as well as sell $4 billion of at least equipment in AP state. That's really a music to us. Sir, in terms of financing, I think looking at the present scenario, the NBFC and the banks, the key to challenge which they're facing is liquidity and the risk. Default risk has increased because of COVID, and it is not intentional, it is due to circumstantial. And the liquidity has become again a challenge because the cash generation for the contractors, for the customers everywhere, there's been a challenge being faced by them, which in turn have created the liquidity challenge for the banks and NBFC. I think few of the immediate steps which my suggestion to you, sir, is that if we look at because customers are not able to access freely the bank line of credit for the growth of business, if we can start releasing the retention money without bank guarantee to the contractors, which can be recovered over a period of next 1 year or 1.5 years, that will release some amount of working capital to the people to fast track their work, because that will improve the efficiency, that will reduce the working capital deficit which they are facing today, because many of them are not getting work, many of them have lesser work, higher dues. So this will help. Other thing could be the mobilization advance, because these two things are being paid to the contractor but against submission of bank guarantee. And sir, I can tell you today the banks are really apprehensive about issuing bank guarantee. So we can always, another suggestion is if we can enhance the scope of the guarantee instead of only limiting it to bank guarantee, if we can bring in public finance institution, guarantee from PFI, public finance institution, because they are willing to give those guarantees. Against that, if also these retention money and mobilization advance can be released to the contractor, that will give immediate relief to our customers, and that will further increase the demand for the equipment. The affordability to buy the equipment will go up. Apart from that, sir, I've read your and one more request is fast tracking the payment system. I think the online bill monitoring system, though you have, but maybe that needs to improve, and the payment fast track. Many of the customers have complained that saying, okay, there's been, of course, there would be various reasons for that, but we are just saying if it can be fast tracked a bit in this time at least, because that will help the people to accelerate their work. And I've seen your industrial policy, sir, and I was really impressed. And further you clarified that it is more of sustainable. This policy has come to have a sustainable growth, not just to create the demand. And I was impressed because being a finance man, my eyes got stuck at 2 points, and I wanted to bring to your notice. One, it says risk-free, investment-friendly policy, and second, it talks about interest subsidy for the MSME, for the MSME park, etc. So my suggestion here is that risk-free investment policy, for particularly for MSME, because you spoke about most of the projects being done under bank borrowing, because you spoke that the financing, how do you fund these, and you said about bank borrowing. One of the view was that bank borrowing is definitely one good area. Other could be the PPP model, where you get some public-private partnership, where you can attract some equity, because your projects are really nice. So whatever we heard you today, not only economically it is viable, but also it is also going to create a very good national asset for the country. So I'm sure we will be able to attract good investors for these kinds of projects. So PPP model could be one which can explode. And under that only, that is a much bigger part. I'm talking about the smaller part on the equipment side for MSME. Whenever we are giving, because I believe you are talking about 3,300 under Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, you have more than 40 irrigation projects out of 54, 14 completed, 40 are being allotted. I think this will need a lot of equipment, and a lot of MSME will get job in their state. A lot of job creation, employment creation will happen. If we instead of giving 3% interest subsidy for 5 years, if we can give the interest subsidy for the equipment portion of the loan for 3 years to these people, they'll be able to have their affordability to acquire an equipment which will be used for these asset creation in AP state will go up. That will really improve not only the demand, it will not only create the demand, it will create the employment, it will also enhance the entrepreneurship, which is a key culture of the AP. We have seen a lot of entrepreneurs coming from AP only. You name any state in the country, one of the contractor in that state will be from AP. That is how the AP reputation is today. AP के contractors सब जगह मिलते हैं हमको. So if we can look at, instead of distributing this 3% for 5 years, if we can create an interest subsidy for 3 years for equipment portion, or under a public-private partnership model, we can create an equipment bank where the government can acquire the equipment and we can get the investor who will be partnering with the bank and provide those equipment along with the work to the contractors for doing the work. In this process, we'll be able to, consolidate the buying, have the wholesale buying and distribute retail, which will also improve the cost of project. Cost efficiency will go up. The customers will be able to get the equipment instead of being dependent on multiple people for hiring equipment. The government will be able to provide it, and it will become a more organized marketplace for the equipment industry also. These are the few suggestions which came to my mind while listening to you, that this thing can be done. Of course, in terms of the larger issue, in terms of restructuring of loans, etc. My one of the strong view is that India now should focus on creating an infrastructure bank, because infrastructure projects are long-term projects. Getting a financing from the banks or NBFC for those long-term projects is not viable, because that kind of long-term money is not available in the system. If we can create an infra bank even a state-specific, in partnership with private investor, and that we can attract the investor, maybe we'll be able to attract the long-term funding for financing these projects, what you spoke about, the long-term financing. These are the few of the suggestions, sir, to you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, Mr. Vyas, I think what I would just start off with is, if you can give us a paper, or if you can give us on this facilitation of how you can create this infrastructure bank or the equipment bank. How does it work? The working modalities. So we don't mind looking at it. I think just want to explain to the whole the panelists one thing. What we've done is, the first year has gone, if you look at it, with the way of spending from the government, we went more at the micro level. The idea of when we said micro level is, we talked about basically our CM, as I said, he was clear that he wanted the manifesto, 90% of the manifesto has been implemented. So that's a public, we're talking about, the social services they are picking up. We talked about this Prime Minister Gram Yojana, that is, we're talking about creating a village infrastructure, basic cement roads that we've been given out in the last 1 year. We talked about creation of assets in terms of cement roads, the drains and other facilities. We also had a big program of creating Nadu Nedu, that is a school upgradation program, where there was close to about 3,000 to 4,000 crores of money spent on upgradation of educational program. So if you really look at our government schools today, I can tell you today they can challenge any private sector school. That has been the quality that we have done. So this first year has actually gone in more of a micro spending. I mean, we're talking about micro infrastructure. Now we're talking about the medium and the long term. That is the reason why it took us to come out with these kind of projects. So we are going to be looking at, so that micro projects are going to stabilize what we think is after funding. What we're going to see the real growth is that $20-25 billion, that investment capex that we're going to put in for this industry investments and coming in terms of infrastructure jobs. In terms of, if you really said, yes, you said about there is an online payment system, the CFMS that we have, where everything is computerized and it is sent by a process. But if you really look at this, the onus has been in the initial year has been more at what I just described at the micro level and fulfilling the 90% manifesto. At the same time, we were hit with the COVID, and we also had a depletion of. But if you really see, the share that we've depleted is not very high, because we're not a services economy. Andhra is not a service; it's still a manufacturing, agricultural, agrarian economy. So in terms of revenue loss, we did not have much. Of course, we did have, but if you compare it to any other states which are more service bound, so they've had a huge depletion of this internal accruals. So if going forward, we are looking at a holistic, as I said again, because Chief Minister wants these projects to be completed. So when he says he wants this to be completed, he wants the financing to be done today. The financial closures, the fundings for each particular project is streamlined. Nothing is going to subsidize the other project. That is to happen in the past. Interestingly, in the government, that you have this weakness. You take from this kitty and then you try to push it to your favorite programs. But the idea, what he said is, whatever program that we start, it's remain, the money discipline stays there, the financial discipline stays there, and you fund that project. So that is the reason why I'm confidently saying that the $20 billion is going to be a reality. And we are more than happy to come up in terms of this payments that's going to happen. It's going to be more better than what the last year has been. As I was just mentioning you, most of these projects are under financial closure. Any other question? Yeah, Mr. Garg, anything else?
Yeah, Arvind. Arvind, you are muted. You're on mute, Arvind.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Mr. Singh?
Yeah, Arvind?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So yeah,
I'm
maybe I
just
just
looking
want
at
to, if there's anything you want to say, something, add something.
So no, thank you very much. I think what I would like,
because we have been
yeah. Carry on, Arvind. Not able to hear you, Arvind.
I think it's written.
Okay, so basically, I think what Arvind is talking about is that, we all, as a OEM manufacturer, have invested a lot on advanced technology. And keeping that in mind, we also, we have been talking about the skill set of our operators. So what is happening is today, we have seen in mining segment that we are able to bring in electric technology, telematics, all, real-time alerts, geofencing of equipment, safety-related features in the machines. But when we see with our contractor segment, many of them are not ready to pay for that advanced technology because it is directly related to the demand generation and money in hand so that they can pay for advanced technology. Keeping in view today the kind of shortage we have on manpower, the kind of efficiency we are looking at, the kind of productivity we are looking at, what we see in other parts of the world, I think the skilling of manpower operator is very, very important. So when we look at the skill set of our operator, we see that their education is very low. The kind of remuneration which is being paid to them is not so good, and there is no pressure on them to go for training because, as per government regulation, they don't need any kind of license to operate the equipment, basically the track excavator. So therefore, we have been engaged with the central government, and we would also like to request you that it should become a standard terms for any tender that in today's environment, safety, health of the operator is very important. He should be trained and he should have a proper certification of using that machine, which is now fitted with many advanced technology. And while tendering for these projects, we should actually ask for equipment with some of these advanced technology which are directly related to safety of the equipment and the safety of the operator. So therefore, in ICIMA, we have another arm which is IESC, where we collaborate with the state government, and we have state-of-the-art training centers at all OEMs. We have many training centers, and we have been holding many training programs for the operators. Just to highlight, we have 43-member body where Arvind, my colleague Arvind, is the president of that body. And we have already developed successful 39 job roles. We have 62 trainers, and they have been trained by us or by our engineers we handhold them. And we also provide on-the-job training to operators. We take our simulator to the site and provide training to them. So therefore, we would like to have some kind of collaboration with state government, that if we can work together to make sure that the operators who are operating the machine are able to adopt advanced technology, and they also become part of the tender process so that customers are bound to buy equipment which is better in technology, higher in efficiency, and higher in productivity. These are, I think, we would just like to hear from you on this aspect.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on this. When a certification is being given for an engineer, you said safety of the operator. It's not the safety of the operator. What I've seen on construction site is safety of the people on the other side, other people around him. I've seen sometimes people, operators who have not been certified, who have got onto this, have gone on to create greater damage in terms of life and property in just from this. So, yeah. So I would like to say this, that it has to come in more. I don't mind moving this with the central government, creating a platform, or we can create a common platform where we take it up to them and say that a minimum certification and a minimum skill set is required for operating this kind of thing. And I also agree with you that the new technology is something that we need to keep adapting ourselves to. Because if we cannot, because most of the contractors today, let me tell you, they work on a given set of conditions. So if we tell these conditions are to be done in this way, so they will price a bid accordingly to that. So it's against, that is where the regulation again comes in. Now, we are that way, I mean, we put in regulations, but we do not have a regulation which can actually be implementable. We need to bring in more, teeth to that. So in the terms of making sure that the safety audit, the safety thing is done by a third party and made sure that these are people that they adhere to it. This is something we can look at it at a national level, which we don't mind supporting it from our end, from the state, because we also believe that adapting to the latest technologies is what is going to lead progress to the next level of development. I can also tell you this, we can partner, you were talking about partnering. We have 30 skill development colleges. So each one has got a center of excellence. So we can have one center of excellence where we're talking about a pure construction equipment. We can create, a model where you're talking about basic, like we're talking about operating excavators, basic loaders, your pavers. I mean, and not irrigation equipment, or your let's say the mixers, the transmixers, and all this. So these are the crane operators. So this is what I would say, that create a center of excellence part of this. We don't mind partnering with ICMA, and then we can take it forward, because already we found 18 people who have come and said that they would like to partner with us and keep that. Like, for example, today HP has said that we want to come into 3D printing, and they've taken one center of excellence. So they got talking about the next level of designing over there. We have the Amazon people who come and said we want to take the networking to the next level. So like this, we can create one center of excellence, and if you can have one of your people can reach out to our skill development, I think we're more than happy to partner there.
Thank you very much, sir. We will do that. Actually, your initiative on skill development is something that is really very, very important to us. And as I said, through IESC, we will reach out to you. And we also know, sir, that we have slightly overshot the time, but if we can have 5 more minutes of your time, we would like to invite Mr. Bharatan of Pozzolana, who has a query, to bring it to you. And after that, then we could, thank you for your time. I know that we are a little ahead. So, Mr. Bharatan, please. Bharatan, are you there? Yeah. So, can you please bring your question to the Honorable Minister?
Yeah. Very good afternoon, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, good afternoon.
In fact, being from, I would still call myself, I'm a part of this particular industry since long, and I have been following you for quite some time and interacting many a times, probably for more than a decade. I would love to, because I have a love for AP, all said and done, for various reasons, because my wife is from AP.
No, I just want to interrupt there. I do not know, Vyas is probably the witness to this, and also Pozzolana. I'm a very stickler for new technology. In fact, I was the first person who brought in Volvo trucks for the road industry. And I still remember Sri Finance had financed it. And they were asking us, why do you want to go for such an expensive? I said, and then the mobile crusher. We went for the first mobile crusher at that time. I'm talking about in 97, 98. 98, 99. That was the time. So, yes. So if you're coming, I know. So in terms of technology, yes, I'm a stickler for technology, for new technologies.
Sir, first I would like to congratulate for the old cherished dream which has come into act, that is this maritime board. I was always wondering why AP, having such a big coastal line, never went in for a maritime board. We ourselves wanted to try and figure out one particular small port which we want to take over. But just because we didn't have this maritime board, we just could not click that particular project. Second thing is, yes, we are also coming out with Prakasham NIMS. That is, I think, about few days back. I think that was, accorded permission also. And you have also replied, government of AP has also replied that, yes, we are in full force as far as Prakasham NIMS is concerned. We all know, the entire India knows that contractors from AP are the pillar for Indian infrastructure, mainly roads. That includes you also. And you are the right person, and you are rightly placed in this particular position. Now, my only worry is we have contractors from AP all over, but we don't have OEMs in AP, very unfortunately. The reason being, many of the OEMs, they say that it is because, we don't have ports nearby. Now the maritime board is in full force, and that I am sure under your leadership, ports are going to get developed, and there will be huge opportunities for OEMs to set up their units in AP. I personally feel that there should also be a thought on construction equipment park, which will get integrated with ports. And the best part would be today we are driving out. We have been hearing a lot about the Chinese and Koreans are wanting to come to India. Now, this is the best opportunity where it cannot happen, just they cannot come more. But there are a lot of Indian companies who would like to form a partnership with Korean companies, probably a company like Kuzruna also being an out and out Indian company. We also are also very much curious to have companies which are coming from Korea and China to have a sort of, a joint venture. Then see, because we are also a low cost manufacturing hub. Being a low cost manufacturing hub is the best way where, these type of joint ventures can be encouraged and they can also export it to their own countries. So I think if this particular thought is driven under your dynamic leadership, I think it will do a whole lot of good for the country and for our economy and for AP.
Yeah, we have now set up the maritime board, and so I'm the chairman over there. Just to draw up a blueprint, these three major ports that we are coming up with, if you'd be very amazed to understand that the entire eastern commerce is what we're trying to target. We're talking about the eastern UP, we're talking about the hinterland Madhya Pradesh, we're talking about the Jharkhand, we're talking about even the Nepal commerce trying to move into these three ports. We're also focusing on trying to create a shipbuilding facility. So we're talking about to any probable Japanese or the South Korean investors who want to, because the idea is, I think there's certain amount of de-risking across the world going from China. So we think shipbuilding is going to be one among it. And what better place than to have, in Andhra Pradesh, which has got more proximity to these places. And very interesting, we're also bringing out, through this, we're setting up through the ports. We're also looking at setting up hinterland, like one of the big cluster that we're looking at is a furniture development. If you see today, we have only one where the timber is imported to the north, that is in the Gujarat coast, and then you have the furniture manufacturing industry there. But we are going to create an alternative industry here because the demand is so much, and then the proximity to this timber, that is where the raw material is much closer to the site, this part of the eastern side. So you can see as a part of strategic advantages that the coast of Andhra Pradesh has for approaching the South Asia and the Southeast Asia is far superior. So that's the reason why we think this is going to come up in a big way. The three ports are going to be very successful in a big way.
We are all looking forward to it. We'll be very happy to export our machines from Vizag or other ports because this is very near to Southeast Asia.
Yeah. Because
so in fact, we all have done study, but when somewhere or other we found that it is not feasible, if you can do that, it will be a great opportunity for us.
No, the idea is, Mr. Singh, we want to do the connectivity of Vizag to the hinterland India that I'm talking about, to connectivity to Lucknow, connectivity to the eastern grid, to the Nepal grid. That is where we're saying that's a major commerce, because if you see, most of the commerce is going from this part of India to the western corridor. Just for the lack of availability of a good port. Now, this is what is going to create that is going to create that.
Perfect. Very good.
Sir, thank you very much. There are hundreds of questions we have, and I know that you are really hard pressed for time. But there is a question from Mr. Puneet Vidyarthi. With your permission, I would just like to bring it to you. The question is that, sir, thank you very much for your encouraging views. And in the SC/ST subsidy scheme that the AP government is offering, the subsidy is likely to be passed on as a back engine. So would you kindly consider the disbursement of the same with each EMI payment? This has come from Mr. Puneet Vidyarthi, who is the MD of Case Construction Equipment.
So he's asking, I'm sorry, I couldn't get the question. Is it like connecting? I mean,
he's saying that the subsidy that is being offered, could it be actually given as part of every EMI with disbursement with each EMI rather than keeping it towards the end?
See, actually, what we've seen is in the last 5 years, I mean, I'm just coming back again to this, our industrial policy. As I said, it was more on, the idea was stabilizing and also creating entrepreneurship and empowerment. So we have seen that in the past, although the policies were there to perform, particularly to the SC/ST communities and also now we brought in the minorities also. But in terms of implementability, there was never happening there. So what we have said is a percentage of it has to happen, meaning we have to hard sell the industry. So the industries department is given a mandate that a percentage of whatever you're doing has to mean earlocked for that, for the particular, the incentives or scheme that we're going. Because what happens is, and by the way, we have actually moved the incentives away from services to actual manufacturing. Because what happens is, services is something very quickly, you're actually not creating great value over there, in terms of things. So we said, you get into micro manufacturing, we will give you more incentives over there for you. So in terms of it, I don't mind looking at it, and this is something that we can take it up with the finance department and see what can be done about this, connecting, adding the EMIs to buy subsidy as part of EMIs.
Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I know that, this is like ye dil mange more. Many of us want to ask you many questions, but I know you've extended the time. So I think all good things also have to come to an end, unfortunately. I would like to thank you very much for your participation, for the energy that you displayed, and for your willingness to consider so many proposals that have come to you. And this is truly a hallmark of a young leader and a young government. And we in the construction equipment industry are really extremely excited and encouraged by your interaction. We want to thank you very, very much, sir. I would also like.
Yeah, Mr. Gar, so my partiality is already explained and exposed to the construction industry.
Sir, I know.
Yeah.
That is why having leaders like you at the helm affairs helps us also believe that we are playing a very important role in nation building.
Yes.
And if this is recognized and if this can be supported, sir, truly we will be able to build a modern India. We're talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are talking about a new India. So I think it is the future with young ministers like you who have an experience of the industry, who are able to relate to the challenges that the industry faces. They are able to sort of understand and then execute action plans which help us. So for that, my grateful thanks to you, sir. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors and our partners, which are.
Thank you.
GEM,
thank you.
Gobelco, Mitra Movers, Stray, True Blue Finance, and CII Equipment. So thanks to all our sponsors, thanks to all our partners, and thanks to the Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Wonderful experience. More interaction with you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to CII, ICMA, and IGC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Garg sir. Well
Thank you,
moderated.
Vyas, thank you very much, and thanks to all the participants. I do not know whether I could cover everybody in time, but then we were.
I think you did a wonderful job, sir.
Well done job, sir.
Without any